Taco.
Penis!
Vagina.
Taco won this time.
Pussy!
Penis.
Tune down the
Hey.
Penis, penis, penis.
Penis, 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 penis.
For the longest time, I
penis,
didn't
penis,
realize
penis.
what Bussy referred to. I thought it just meant Peter.
What? Are you kidding?
I'm not.
You didn't. What
I
did you
didn't
think it
realize.
was?
I thought it was boy pussy,
That's what it is.
but I thought
Wait.
it didn't refer to anything specific.
No. What is a boy's pussy? It's their asshole.
I didn't put that together with that until
my
like,
God.
a
I
couple
think,
days ago.
honestly, this is one of the more valid ones.
No.
I think that it is valid to say that, like, yeah, the boy pussy equates to penis is not an entirely illogical thing. It's definitely not correct whatsoever in the slightest. But this one's more
Well,
understandable.
boy pussy's not. It's not penis.
No, it
Pussy.
isn't. But I can understand why someone would make that mistake.
Yep, and I realized a couple days ago. Oh, well, that makes sense.
I think I'm just.
I
don't
could have
know.
saved it. I could have had this before the session, but I saved it until after the session started.
I've been on the internet too long.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome
Haven't
to
been on
back
it
to
long enough.
D&D. It's been a while.
Now everyone knows what boy pussy is.
Yeah,
If you,
You know?
already didn't.
it is relevant to the session.
Yeah.
I mean, surprisingly, yeah, it is kind of relevant to the session now that I think about it.
Oh.
It is one of Anselm's special interests.
True.
Man's very gay.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been like a month since last session.
Well,
Among this?
What session would this be?
This will be session 78. Little trick for figuring out which session is: add 60 to the episode count.
Oh yeah,
Because
we
we-
started at 50.
Yeah, we started the first one that we streamed
Oh,
was 61.
6.
Mm-hmm.
you always think it's 50. It's 60.
I think 50 is when we started recording it for like untitled or unlisted streams, not video.
We started recording like some way into Scar Canyon,
Yes.
and like got a little of that recorded, but that was also like a little off and on. And you know, those sessions will stay in the banishment zone. So
Add resumed dictionary. Okay. We ballin' now.
yeah. So, session 78. I'll mention it because, you know, it is alright in places, but I also mention. This is our first session to come with, like, an explicit content warning. Sora's character is trans, and their family is horrible, and part of that ends up being that there is some transphobia in the NPCs tied around Sora. So, there's a content warning, so people are aware of that, so it doesn't catch people off guard. And
I'm already
yeah.
caught off guard.
So yeah. Anyways, last session, not the most happened, but it's been a while. Do y'all want to roll for a recap? Or do y'all want to take like the it's been a while and like
Can I roll with advantage?
It's always fun to make people recall when they don't remember much.
Oh, actually, a fun option. What if... So, was everyone here last session?
No.
No.
Only
I
Mel.
was, but
Yeah.
we were missing a couple people. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No. Drew.
So, I'll keep in mind that Mel won't have to recap, but they can still roll for, like, the nat 20, I guess. Do you feel comfortable with recap and so on? Since the session was mostly just shit that happened with Sora. I mean, no need to roll just yet. I was gonna propose that everyone but me and Salem rolls with advantage, and me and Salem rolls with disadvantage, because that's funny.
Damn, toxic.
Yeah, what you
Yeah.
gonna do about it?
You both get like natural 20s.
Start crying loudly.
Mm-hmm.
Now what? Hold on, I'm opening above VTT.
So we have. Do you want to roll a second dice, Brad? Because you did technically only roll one.
Oh yeah. I'll do that now.
Okay. So the current lowest is Mal, which means technically it's Levi's right now. And
Alright, I got a 9.
okay, so sounds lowest. I'll roll at the end. I'll give.
Did my
Not
roll
just-
get eaten?
It might have. Just roll 2 more d20s. We'll see if they show up.
I thought I rolled, but it actually was Levi's roll, because it happened.
What, you became Levi? I'll become Rick.
Okay. And then I roll, and I take the lower of these two. Hey! Oh, both of those. I think I was lowest, even if you combine my rolls.
Dustin.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. And no one got a 20, right?
Oh.
No.
No.
Okay, cool. So, I guess it's up to me to recap. So,
Haha.
I don't recap much, you know? Oh, this is neat. I am used to recapping for my sessions. That's how I used to do it back before. It was funny to make y'all roll for it. Actually, before I do, I'm gonna resize these foodies very slightly because with fewer people here, I'll become tall, and Sorat's forehead was blocking the VTT chat. There we go.
Haha.
So, last session started, I believe, still on the ship because we were dealing with a Levi dream that we had rolled for the previous session, where Levi had a dream of, I believe you rolled successfully, and you wanted to dream about, like...
Oh, it was the cause of what was causing.
Yeah. And so you wanted to find out the cause of the whole situation in Pleasant Valley. And in your dream, you ended up in a spooky, scary, ruined old castle you were walking around in. And you looked about a little. Sorath could later, I believe, say that it sounded from the description kind of similar to what they had, like... Yeah, it sounds about right to be the old keep that used to be the seat of power before the mansion was built. And it's the place that Aubrey stays, since he's a feral creature. Which also was kind of backed up by the fact that Aubrey was in there. And you walked around, looked about, found what seemed like kind of like a small, more private throne room. There was an Aubrey climbing on the walls. You cast a couple of spells. They didn't do much. And then you got absolutely demolished by Aubery. But in your experience of being there, you noticed that you had angel wings, which from the very first session in within Pleasant Valley, y'all learned that Aubery not a big fan of angels. So, and then in the dream you got killed.
Mhm.
And then you woke up and you shared this information, and everyone was like, "Wow, yeah, that's worrying."
That means there's a big, strong angel here.
There's either a big strong angel or there isn't a big strong angel, because in the dream you died instantly. And so far, the dreams, especially when there are people involved, Levi's been taking the place of other people in situations. So, yeah. Y'all also, from that dream, learned that Aubery it's dangerous if he attacks you from stealth. That
He's
is
an
also
assassin.
true for most things that attack you without you knowing about them.
But he's very
He's very
dangerous and stuff.
But, the general tip of try not to let people attack you without you knowing about it goes doubly so for Aubery. Then, y'all pulled into the Karsumft harbor, the very end of this river, where there was a large gathering of carriages and staff and soldiers who were waiting for Sorat's arrival and the arrival of y'all's group. Y'all got into some carriages. I believe off note Sorat sat with their staff, which is, nice. And then it was it Lincoln and Risiuk who ended up sitting in the same carriage as forget her name. The shitty maid that kind of works for Amber Jamore. And Flinkin ended up annoying her for the entire ride up to the mansion, which was quite a long ride, by playing horrible I Spy, by doing absolutely shitty magic tricks, just generally being a menace and almost driving this, I would say poor woman, but no, driving them insane. So that was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
my good deed for the day.
Christine
Time to cause hell.
was, her. And then y'all got to the mansion, got shown around a little bit, were somewhat acquainted with Henri, who is the manor's majordomo, so the person who's kind of in charge. They're like the head butler, manages the house's affairs, more or less, who showed y'all your rooms, and explained the different parts of the house that y'all are free to explore, and the different parts of the house that you probably should stay away from. And I believe you guys were also y'all got to your rooms. There were some nice outfits that were fitted for... Was it Risiuk and Levi that got outfits, I believe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Levi does not have any appropriate outfits, and Risiuk needed something that could
I got
go
one too,
over their
right?
armor suit.
Yeah.
While
I
that
got
was
one too,
happening,
right?
y'all did get money, which I'm not sure if everyone added their new money. But if
I think I did, yeah.
yeah, if your gold count is somewhere above 32,485 gold, you've done it correctly. Have you added money, Mel? So you weren't there.
Mm-hmm. You got one gold coin.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I believe I put it in the game chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, 32,485.
Yeah.
I'll put that in the VC. Or I can put it in the.
This was technically not given
D&D
to
Beyond.
y'all in just like just gold coins. It's in a mix of like gold coins, bars, gemstones, platinum. But it can
in
be.
that case,
But
yes.
as in terms of
better.
currency, that's the amount of like worth you guys got. You're free to spread those worths around in valuables however you want for like
Wait,
fun.
Yeah.
oh, see, I think last session I'm pretty sure I did ask about if they seen what's his name, Tackluck around.
Yes, and they had not.
Okay.
Tackluck had not been seen as far as you could get out of any stuff. You imagine that their arrival would have probably been pretty noticeable because Tackluck's a very noticeable character. After getting your money and your suits fitted, the rest of the party was also introduced to, in different ways, introduced to... What is her name again? Let me see. Where is the notes for that? Oh, here. Heidi, an older Eladrin elf attendant who Sorath would be able to tell you that is kind of Ambrosia's head maid in a way. And she is Ambrosia's she's Ambrosia's like main assistant and does everything for Ambrosia. So she was delivering cakes and lingering a little more, talking more with the party. They were also looking about and following. I think it was when Gin was exploring. And I believe Levi also went to the kitchens. I think that covers more or less what y'all did besides Sorath.
I think I also explored random parts in the first floor, but that's about it.
Yes, it might have been you that Heidi was like keeping tabs on and looking around after. But yeah, after like exploring a little bit of the first floor, Levi exploring the kitchens a little bit, and having some outfits made, and just generally, you know, vibes. While that was happening, Sorath had a delightful conversation with her mother, where Sorath's mother, Emrys, definitely took the news of Sorath's engagement to Gal very well, and informed Sorath that she was going to annul their marriage, and that this was foolish, and she would stand for it. And then she tried to slap Sorath, and Sorath caught her hand. And then they had like this tense moment where Emrys essentially went, well, I'm in charge. You do what I say. We're not talking about this anymore. So, yeah. Then Sorath was told to go fetch their grandmother up on the rooftops of this house, of the manor, where the large rookery is, where Ambrosia keeps all of her birds.
I thought I just went to see her. I didn't think she told me to fetch her.
It was essentially like, go say hi, and also dinner. Essentially, dinner is soon, go tell your grandmother. When that's definitely not something Sorath would need to do, it's just Emrys going, do the thing for me. You know?
Okay.
Little... Emrys may or may not have some, power tripping issues.
To be fair, we were born in a powerful family.
Yeah, she's a control freak and royalty, so... And Sorath went up there, got to experience the uncomfortable and somewhat frightening space of the royal bowery. And Ambrosia's love for birds of prey. Lots of hawks and eagles and hawks and just falcons and everything up there. A lot of ravens too, that she feeds and trains. Which is why Sorath is not the biggest fan of birds generally. And Ambrosia was very sweet and nice and happy about hearing about Sorath's engagement. So, a little bit of a difference of opinion there. And I believe Ambrosia did drop the, well, I'm the one who's actually in charge, so don't worry about your mother line. And yeah. And then I think we kind of left off there after Sorath went back to the party. After, I think you also said you were going to meet with Hyacinth after the dinner at some point.
Yes.
Because Sorath is having issues with her need for the very specific blood of that one dude. And she's been drinking for
just that one guy.
Yeah. And Hyacinth might be able to help with that, but Sorath decided to do that after the dinner. You went back, everyone kind of shared a little bit of information, and that's kind of where we pick up. We have a little bit of time before the dinner in case anyone has anything they want to do before we move on to that as like a set piece. Yeah. Bit of a longer recap. I was kind of reminding myself of how things was going as I was doing it.
Lion.
It's a lion!
Lion!
Lion is here. Not sure how involved they will be, because they are on phone with shitty internet.
Oh my god, it's Daisy!
But we have Daisy here now, and they'll vibe, you know? Feel free to say something if you want to say something, whenever you want to say something, Lion, but also just feel free to hang out.
Princess Daisy's in our campaign now.
That would be funny. Like, just Lion stops playing again, now just playing Princess Daisy.
No, it's fine.
But yeah. So, you guys are now gathered, I believe, in Risyuk's room. And because Risyuk was the one who ordered a tailored outfit first, and then Levi joined because, you know, you could get tailored separately, but, like, might as well just hang out while it's happening. And Sorath has returned to inform y'all of, like, the dinner will happen soon. Y'all would need to get ready for that, but you have a little bit of time. So, I leave things to y'all. Also, Heike.
Why?
I also get a suit?
Did you get it? It might have been you and not...
Yeah, because I know that because they saw through my illusions and stuff like that, and I was like, okay, we'll get a suit. Because
True. I might have mixed up who got outfits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we was probably exploring the first floor still.
Yeah.
I think it was Brazook and me.
Yeah.
Because like I remember like Brazook like being mentioned because of his armor and stuff.
Yep.
I don't know. Does Levi have a appropriate outfit?
Levi probably would have noticed if he had a...
No, like, I'm just wondering if Levi has. Because Levi is, to be fair, Levi is the one person in this group that can get away by not wearing anything formal. Because they are a religious figure.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember Levi grabbing... I do think Levi did get stuff in Wencash, though.
Yeah, it wasn't a Wencash, but it was for that
rented,
very specific thing. It was rented.
In Wencash, Levi was the only person who didn't get an outfit. Levi rented it. And then the outfit exploded.
Yeah.
So...
I never paid it back either.
Yeah.
Amazing, honestly.
So there's some little small like money depth in Windcash right now, but
To be fair, the person you rented the outfit for was the tailor that I believe was the tailor that worked for
yeah.
That worked for God, what is his name again? It's been a while since Windcashed.
I don't.
The Bernardis.
Yeah,
But it was the
Wasir
Bernardi tailor.
Yeah.
Wasir, yeah, it was the main dude, and then we worked with this tailor. So it's Bread, Riziuk, and is Levi, or it's Flinken. It's not Bread. It's Flinken, Riziuk.
Same difference.
Is Levi getting new clothes?
So Levi will
I
have
don't think so.
returned at this
Probably
point, I imagine, unless you want Levi to like be late for the dinner, which you could, I guess.
No, he'll probably show up on time, but I think before after the thing he was in the kitchen for a bit. But...
Yeah. So I'll say for the sake of it, everyone's gathered. Levi does not have formal wear. Sorath knows that Levi probably should wear formal wear if they want to make like an alright impression, but they also know that they're the one person that probably the Belroses would let slide if they dress like absolute shit.
Yeah, Sorath isn't really gonna press. Also, she knows that Levi could look worse. So he could go out of his way to look worse. So she's not really gonna press it. She's like, it's whatever. You know, he's here, and that's all up from here. Correct line.
Like, and Flinken and Gin can probably just like prestidigitation Levi's outfit a little cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like covered with as much like mud stains and stuff. But yeah. So y'all are gathered. Risyuk and Flinken are wearing your new tailored outfits. So think like red and black type emo outfit, but it's the clothes that Louis the 14th wore. It's like tights, poofy shoulders, slightly high heels. Y'all look interesting.
Yeah.
Is there anything y'all want to talk about or discuss or do before the dinner begins?
I can't remember anything from last session.
I know Sorath is purposely like not changing into her more like she's wearing the more royal clothes that she likes and has, but she's not like putting on clothing that like she left at home. She's not. She doesn't want to conform much.
What much?
No, sorry. You said that the clothing for us getting tailored is going to have the motif of red and black with no gold, right?
Yes, it's detailed with silver.
Got it.
Detailing with gold is something that is not like reserved for the Balroses, but they aren't going to go out of their way to give y'all gold detailing because like that would essentially communicate that like y'all have the implicit approval of the family. So if Sorath got y'all Belrose outfits, Sorath could probably be like, yeah, give them the gold. They have my stamp of approval. But this is not directly arranged by Sorath, so y'all aren't default getting the gold.
Lion, are you asking for more gold, like accessories, or do you want more gold on your outfit?
Ooh, is Lion...
Pieces of gold.
Lion's in the VC chat, yeah. I assume they won't be able to, like, have the... Yeah. Yes, okay.
I will check that occasionally, then.
That's so cute.
So...
I love the hood so much.
Give me a persuasion check. I will say give me one with advantage, Lincoln.
Okay.
Let him be a silly guy. Oh my god.
So, they the tailors are following your requests. You could request like ways to have your outfit done in a specific way if you wanted to. I believe Rysiuk essentially went, just give me whatever will fit in the most, that will make them think the best of me, because I'm not getting this outfit to look good. I'm getting this outfit so this family doesn't fucking hate me. You describe
favors that need to be done.
You describe the outfit that you want to go for, Lincoln, and while clowns aren't like a very established thing in this setting, they're mostly just a thing that the Veil Whisperer Circus has done. A fool is very much a thing, and when you describe like, and the tailor is gonna go like, oh, that sounds like you want to be dressed as a court fool. You aren't a court fool. And they're like, there's a little bit of like, oh, maybe we could do this instead, but you very much go like, no, this is it. Trust my vision. It's gonna be wonderful.
Let me cook.
You can have this, more or less this exactly if you want. If you want them to do red and black for like Belrose colors, you can do that. You can also just say, fuck red and black colors. I'll just wear something fancy. It doesn't need to be like Belrose themed. So.
Uzi, can you show it on stream?
Yes. Let me do.
I'd say just like replace the red with purple instead. Oh wait, can I do that, or would that be like, because like it's associated
Black
with
and
regality?
purple.
Yeah, you can. So you can do whatever you want with colors. The only reason we were saying black, red, and silver was because what Rysiuk said was they wanted the most Belrose will approve of this outfit.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, just like it's very similar, just with purples instead of like reds and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I can do this. So, this is what Flinken has asked for, and it's what is it? Black and purple, or is it the green and purple, like the bluish green and purple?
Oh,
like black and purple.
Okay, so instead of the green and red, it's black and purple. Very aesthetic. I think it's like a bluish, greenish color.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be black. It just looks green.
Yeah. It's like a very blue, like I thought it was like a blue-black type of thing.
Yeah, it's probably like
some. I have to get closer inspection. It does look kind of greeny.
It's like a dark teal type color, I think.
Yeah.
It's on the bluer side. Black, by the way, is was, and in this setting still is, a very expensive color compared to a lot of others. So, very, very rarely would you see black. You'll see very little black in like historical clothing.
Yeah, I just go with like a dark blue, because like dark blue's like close enough.
Oh no, you can definitely get black. Just more talking about this artwork. You would have to be a very, very beloved court jester for someone to be willing to put that much black in your outfit. So
yeah.
So yeah. Cool. I'm gonna get rid of this, so it's not stream forever. So we have outfits. Anything else that y'all wanna do or take care of? No is a perfectly valid option. I'm just want to give y'all the space and time in case there is something you wanted.
You know what? Oh,
you rolled a 9 for what? Oh, to persuade for more gold. Sorry, I was looking at Lion's message.
If
as the
if I will say, just so you can deal with the bit from line here, are you asking for more gold than what you got from the reward? Because you probably aren't getting that. And if you roll a 9 to try and present to just hand you more gold, that's not going to succeed. If you're asking for gold to wear, then yeah, they're you can be loaded up with jewelry. There's a bit of a... Okay, if you want more gold to wear, yeah, they can just load you up with a bunch of jewelry. There's a funny thing to asking for requests from people like this. You don't really ever want to ask, like, hey, can you give me money? But if you go like, ooh, I would love some jewelry, they go like, oh, cool, you just want a thing? Yeah, have some jewelry. That's cool. But if you just ask for money, they're like, ooh, no, that's lame. You're just using me for money. So yeah, let's say that both Gin and Buggy get blinged out.
Buggy have a gold leash and collar.
Yeah.
No, that's the smart way to get...
I would love to wear some jewelry,
diamonds,
and they're like, yeah, I only really wear diamonds and rubies, so like it's just like you know, it goes best with the blue, and the staff would be like, oh, of course, we'll get you something. I'll say with a 9, roll a d100 for me.
100.
Get it.
Just get a 100. As easy as that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 2.
This is, keep in mind, if you're rolling a d100, it's not about how high. That means you're rolling on a table. Where the fuck is my jewelry loot table?
You have a
I know
jewelry
it's not
loot?
about how high.
Of course.
But I'm still just
I
like...
have a jewelry loot table that I made in session 1, because I assumed that at least one of you would see a rich person and go, I'm gonna steal their jewelry. So of course I have a jewelry loot table.
Oh, I don't think during that time none of us were playing a thief or like you had high spells.
Oh, don't worry. Plenty of people play non-thief characters and just steal all the fucking time, no matter what. So I always am somewhat prepared. Okay. 2. Okay, so what Gin ends up getting is, I'll say with a 9, they're not gonna just drown you in jewelry. They go for a restrained but like very classy, like the amount of jewelry you would be expecting to wear for something like this. So a couple of rings, a nice pendant necklace. Hey, could you roll another? Can you roll a d12 for me? Actually. Okay, cool. 8. I'll say that they have that they do have some jewelry that probably could work on Buggy as well. So you guys get decked out in some very beautiful, though probably not as much as Gin would have wanted, jewelry in gold and rubies and diamonds. I'll say Gin probably gets like, let's say 5 rings, a necklace, and then maybe some like anklets that can go on Buggy, and I should probably roll for that. Ooh, I forgot to bring my dice out because it's been so long and I fucking packed them away. There we go. Since we're rolling for jewelry, I'm gonna use the gemstone dice because that feels incredibly appropriate. I'm gonna give you the...
That's called theming.
I'm gonna give again the choice, or Lion the choice of whether or not they trust my amethysts or opals more.
I want the garnets.
I don't have garnet dice. I was not peer pressured into buying garnet dice. Let's go. Okay. I will roll some opals. Man, these dice are so pretty. I love these dice. I'll say that Gin and Buggy gets blinged out with an additional, let's call it like 7,000 gold's worth of jewelry. I think I have previously mentioned that after this arc, I am not expecting y'all to ever care about money again. So... let the court record show that Lion did do, I believe that is Caesar's laugh, right? He's the one who does she laugh.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. And Caesar, not that Caesar. You know, the war criminal who gasses children. That Caesar.
Caitlyn?
Vegapunk Island? Oh.
Didn't you know Caesar is Caitlyn's middle name?
The Vegapunk arc, right, Lion?
It's not the Vegapunk arc, it's the well, the gassing happens both in the Zoe arc and also in the... What the fuck is the arc called?
What island it's called?
Yeah,
oh, Fire and Ice Island. Not
yeah, it's a Fire and Ice Island. Anyways, let's not talk too much about One Piece. Yeah. So, Guinness definitely gotten some extra stuff. Cool. We've dealt with the jewelry acquisitions. Did you have anything? You had a thing you wanted to do, right, Mancha? Risu got a thing.
I'm going, once tailoring is done, I'm gonna take some time to ritual cast Detect Magic to just kind of get a sense.
Okay.
I haven't used it in a while.
Give me a very low DC Constitution saving throw.
Got it. Natural 20.
Cool. So, you are, for a brief moment, caught extremely off guard as the ritual completes, and you see more present magic than you've seen in your life. As more or less everything here is enchanted in some way or another. All of the lighting here is like magical lighting. It seems like most of the like furniture and flooring is enchanted, probably both to maintain it, keep it cleaner. The chairs are enchanted. Give me an Arcana check. This is the first time where using Detect Magic makes it difficult to try and parse any magic, because there's just so much. There's an overload of information.
Natural 20.
So, with Detect Magic, you can see that there is just an awful lot of transmutation magic going on. Probably just like to keep shit clean and orderly and in shape. And then there are occasional relatively, like, they're subtle, relatively consistent abjuration magic here and there. As well as, I'll say 120, there are spots of divination magic too. But yeah, you figure that this entire manor is probably in various different ways warded.
Yep. And also, like, scrying, probably.
That's part of the basics.
Scrying. Well, I'll keep that going for the time. That's why. But I'll keep that going for the time being. The full 10-minute duration. Or is it an hour duration? Yeah, hour duration. It takes 10 minutes to cast with ritual.
Yeah, that will definitely linger into the dinner as well. So that's nice.
Yeah, I'll make sure to dismiss it before I enter the dining room.
You have your magic senses, and yeah, this I'll say also with the Arcana check, give me also just an intelligence check.
Got it.
The DC is going to be significantly lower since your Arcana check was so high, but you know, maybe you roll absolute dog shit. No, that's pretty
21.
fucking good. You notice, because this is the sort of magical shit you used to work with, a lot of this shit is like structurally stuff that is set up to work of the rock. And there is no hint of the rock whatsoever in this manner, which means either when you guys close the canyon, or what you guys have figured is more likely, that if the Debaya rock was powered off the resonance from the Scar Canyon, then the second Pleasant Valley vanished and the resonance no longer was there, the Debaya rock might have just conked out then. They at least had enough, like, alternate magical fuel sources to set everything up and have it running smoothly.
So, would it kind of jump out at me as more of the common, like, ones that, like, mages usually use? Like that?
No. I'll say with those checks, this is relatively expensive gear. And what you figure is that previously they've just had a lot of the Rock just around the manor in compartments.
Yeah, it's like the most efficient.
You can't be sure without, like, going and looking at the, like, essentially, like, the wiring and finding out, like, what it's powered by. But it seems like they are nowadays doing maybe not everything from one source, but that things are centrally powered now.
Dang.
Which means that they are likely have moved from the Rock to something that can just like give off an insane amount of magical power, and then going through the horrible effort of getting that energy, getting the ether to go off into, like, different spots in the house. It is far less efficient, but if you have the resources to get, like, a magic source like that, then it's just it has such high output that you don't really care about the inefficiencies.
Yeah, it looks, thinking about it, there must have been a lot of places put into chaos. Any places relying on the buyout rock must have been kind of a hectic transition period for a time.
I will say also, give me an investigation check.
Yep.
A lot of checks coming off of this. But Nat 20 Arcana did unlock some options for you.
Yeah. Investigation. That is the Nat 1.
Okay.
There's the Nat 1.
Cool. I'll say that you don't discover the super cool bit of hidden information that I was just about to give you. But this system, you figure, is not something that they could have been like, fuck, well, our system broke. Well, I guess we'll have to find another way to do it. This probably is they had the resources and the manpower to set this up ahead of time. I'll say also, you, like, having worked with ether-powered constructs and ether-powered systems, like, at this point, for, like, half your life, at the very least, in professional capacity. This is one of those moments where you, as a industry professional, go and someone goes like, oh, how much would it cost to set this up? And you're just like, I don't know. I do not know how much I would have to charge for this. Because this is an insane job. Like, this is essentially the equivalent of someone being like, yeah, we've had some power issues. The power grid is, like, difficult to work with. Could we just have a small nuclear reactor powering our corporate office? You're like, I mean, yeah, that could be done, and you would not need a very big nuclear reactor to power an office building. But that's not really a service we provide, and it would be incredibly inefficient compared to just, like, you know, safeguarding and setting up, like, a fail-safe in case the electrical grid goes down, you know? So, yeah, this is one of those situations where, like, if you were asked by someone to set this up, you're not sure if you, like, the upper limit of how much you would charge for it. This is stupidly expensive. Probably in large part due to whatever fucking power source they've got powering this shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Cool. Oh, we got some extra info out of that. Lovely.
Yeah. I'm just kind of passively monitor the room and the hallway with that. I'll let the scene go somewhere else if you want it.
No, the scene stays here forever.
Anything anyone else would like to do or cover? Because before we move to
I'm good on
dinner,
my side.
I'm good. I'm ready for dinner.
There's a single thing I would like to get to before we went to dinner, because I just remembered. So if Mel wasn't here last session, because you've done this several times, did you at any point roll thirst for Empress?
I do think
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought we did, but it's very possible not.
Because I remember talking about she's older, but she doesn't look older, so you ended up rolling it.
Well,
she
Mel
looks
wasn't here, and I think we have talked about it would be funny if Crystal was into Emrys, because Emrys has zero interest in any of them.
We did the roll when we were showing the illusions, I think, 2 sessions ago.
Anyways, just Sorath looks like slightly older than Sorath.
Yeah.
Slightly.
She looks like
slightly
Sorath.
older than Sorath.
I would say, in terms of Emrys and Sorath, it's difficult to tell who would be older or younger. The main reason I think we would say that Emrys looks like to be the older sister would be mainly the way she carries herself. Like, Emrys is very diligent in making sure that she has an air of authority and seniority, and that kind of carries through. If someone told you that Emrys was younger than Sorath, I don't think anyone would be, like, surprised at that. Like, yeah. Emrys looks like she's in her early 30s at most, and late 20s at least.
Oh.
And, yeah. He is, she is Femme Ice Queen Sorath. So, you know.
Let me roll a d10 on how many drinks it will take for Crystal to smash.
One. One.
I'll also say Emrys does kind of have this air to her of, you are filth and nothing compared to me. And maybe Crystal's into that, you know? Maybe Crystal doesn't need much.
She rolled a 1.
Yeah, maybe Crystal just, like, Emrys isn't, like, that hot, but, you know, kind of mean and I kind of like it.
I'm
Maybe
discovering
that's the vibe.
things I didn't even think Crystal would have.
But yeah. So, with that taken care of, we can move on towards like dinner time, where Sorath has probably a very good idea of when dinner will happen, but even still, the staff will enter and inform the group that dinner is ready to be served in the royal dining hall, which is the small, like slightly smaller, slightly more private, you know, for when you're having like a small group of honored guests over. Not really a banquet hall. It's still fucking massive, but you know, it's not the massivest. And yeah. People have gotten dressed up and fancy, besides Levi. And I suppose y'all make your way to the royal dining hall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. There's alcohol in this food I'm eating. Sorry.
Oh, are you
Wait.
what are you having?
So I went to the bakery earlier, and it was called like a tipsy cookie slice, and I thought, oh, that's cute, I'll get it. And I've just looked at the bakery online, and it's alcohol infused.
I mean, if it's baked out, it's not gonna.
So no. That's the fun thing. Do not give children or people with like alcohol intolerances rum cakes or stuff, because alcohol will, like, you can boil out alcohol of soups and when it's cooking openly, but baking actually traps a lot of steam, and usually you don't bake things long enough to evaporate enough liquid. So unless it's a very tiny amount of alcohol, yeah, there's the baked good is going to still be alcoholic.
So, no,
Yeah,
you know
it's
how-
advertised as like alcohol food.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I feel more giggly. And also this tastes weird.
No, you know how it said it's gonna take you one drink for that thirst to go off?
Hey, if Crystal ain't having her, move out the way, bitch.
But yeah. Okay, so with a eventually maybe ever so slightly tipsy Mal, we move on as the group heads up floor to the royal dining hall on the royal side of the second floor of the building. The dining hall is a little smaller than some of the rooms that Levi explored down the first floor, but it's still large. The walls are covered with various paintings and portraits, mostly of different Belrose family members. In here also hangs quite prominently a very large painting that is just of a small Sorath who does not look happy to be painted. Kind of just standing against a very nice backdrop and looks kind of miserable. And a lot of the paintings are of Ambrosia and various generations of families surrounding her. Though the centerpiece photograph that kind of occupies a large portion of the wall centrally behind the head seat of the table towards the side where the royal family would sit, is a massive, massive portrait painting of a man that you all at this point recognize as Aubrey Belrose, though definitely from back when he was more sentient. Give me an insight check all around, just for fun. Everyone.
Ooh.
And I'll consider this a group effort, more so than an individual set of checks from everyone. Okay.
Let's go, Mel.
Yeah.
Alcohol helps with sight.
Bread?
Wanna
Boy.
give an insight check as well, Brad? Y'all are insight checking a
yes.
painting.
Oh, yeah. I got a nat 20. So 30 in total.
Yo!
Jesus Christ.
staring at
Brett's,
the little sword
Brett's
painting.
nat 20s
What?
continue. How the
Why are you
fuck?
so
There's been
passionate?
so many this session already. God damn it. Y'all are using them early.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was a
2 in a row.
session where, like, during Bread's dream... that was session... Yeah, session 16, I think. Where we start the session with a Flinken dream, and then Brad just keeps rolling nat 20s, and then, like a little after, like, the start of the session, Brad leaves, and then everyone else just rolls dog shit for the rest of the session.
Yep.
Like, you roll, like, 3 nat 20s in a single dream, and then after that, like, there were 3 nat 1s rolled after you left. You just grabbed all the
I'm
luck,
sorry.
and then left
I
with it.
was hungry. There was natural
I was
out, and I just,
hungry.
I'll say,
I just wanted to see. I wanted to know what it tastes like.
I'll say, as people get, like, a look at this painting, various degrees of, like, grasping information from it. But as a group, I can generally tell y'all that the person depicted in the painting looks light-hearted, relaxed. There's a bit of a, like, almost childish nature to, like, the way they look. I'll say just because Flinken got to fucking 30, because, you know, we've created a monster. I'll say that Flinken, a bit in the spirit of seeing, of, like, real recognizes real. This, like, you look at this giant painting of Aubrey, who is clearly doing their best to look serious and royal. This is a person who you just know could not resist any moment given to turn something into a joke, or pull a prank, or do something silly. They were a very, very jovial person at their core. You kind of get. Sorath knows very well the Belrose history. Not much is known about Aubrey's personality, because mostly stuff is written about his actions and deeds, and the rest is kind of overshadowed by what Aubrey has become. And Ambrosia does whatever she knows of Aubrey. What happened when Aubrey was starting to have the first hints of shit going wrong with him. And also, Ambrosia probably would not represent anyone positively whenever given the chance to talk about anyone at all. So, yeah. And you guys kind of get that perception of the Aubrey that started all this shit was in this party probably most similar to Flinken.
Oh, that spells trouble for us.
Oh, that's uh-oh.
And Sorath's historical knowledge of Pleasant Valley, which it wouldn't surprise me if the rest of the party has heard about over the time, as Sorath has probably told them a little bit about how Pleasant Valley works and the history, because y'all are here and people are curious. Pleasant Valley used to be part of the Kingdom of the Virlus. And then they split apart, where Aubrey was one of the princes of the Virlus Kingdom. And often a prince is given a territory within a kingdom to rule as a way of practicing, essentially. And that's called a principality. And Aubrey was yeah, fuck you, Dad. This is my shit now. We are seceding. We're breaking out of the kingdom. And the history goes that the curse that happened in Pleasant Valley is because of the deal that Aubrey made with a Crossroads devil to gain independence from the Virlus. So, Aubrey was Flinken if Flinken really wanted to be ruler of a kingdom.
I see.
Yeah, a Flinken with ambition, which is frightening.
It kind of makes sense that it's named Pleasant Valley, because it's a fucking oxymoron. Said Iceland and Greenland, where
Oh, Pleasant Valley was lovely before shit went south.
My inspiration for naming Pleasant Valley was from Utah. There's a town in Utah, I believe, called Pleasant Grove, or there's something like it, but that's the town where all the polygamists live in Utah. All the polygamous Mormons live. And I just really love the idea of something that's so nice, a bunch of Mormons and really really weird yucky energy being named Pleasant Valley.
Yeah, Pleasant Valley was lovely. It was the northern pearl of the Virlus, and was beautiful beyond compare. And then if you put clouds over it for 1,000 years, things change. There hasn't been sunlight here for
crazy.
like 1,000 years, so whoops.
And a curse that was only supposed to last for a little while lasted 1,000 years, so that's fun.
So yeah. But
Interesting.
with that knowledge, there is currently no one else seated at the table, as it is. It is considered rude to show up after the royal family when you're a guest. Attendants will show you to your seats, as this is like a long table, but a bit on the shorter end. Probably something like, a good 15, 18 foot long table. Like 5 to 6 meters long. And on one side there is a large, almost regally throne-like chair where Sorath knows Ambrosia sits at all times. And the attendants would essentially almost protocol pull out the chair that Sorath used to sit in by her either her mother or father's side. It's up to you where you think Sorath would have chosen to sit more often.
She probably would have sat by her father.
Yeah. Emrys sits on Ambrosia's right hand, Anselm on Ambrosia's left hand, and then Sorath usually sits one chair further away from Ambrosia than Anselm does. The rest of the chairs that are prepared for Jarl, where there are plates and stuff set out, are on the opposite side of the table. There is a similar position at the very end of the table, not with a throne-like chair, but a chair that definitely has a little bit more important put on it than the other chairs that the rest of the party's offered. There, probably some of you would be familiar, and Sorath would be very familiar, but you guys are a traveling group. It is generally expected that your leader would sit there.
Oh.
Something that...
So who's the leader?
Something that y'all don't really have, hammered out. It is also, but besides that, your arrangements are there. Does Sorath, I would need to ask, does Sorath sit where stuff is set out for them? Or will Sorath make, an attempt to move her spot?
No, she'll just sit next to her dad.
Okay.
Ugh.
So, that leaves...
Do we roll a dice for who sits at the end?
So that leaves the remaining members of the group.
I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to sit at the end of the table.
You could do that. Where the plates are laid out, it is essentially a plate on each end of the table, and then one plate where Emrys sits, a plate where Anselm and Sorath sits. Then on the very other end of the table, there are 3 plates on one side, 2 plates on the other side. The assumption is that there isn't enough plates and stuff there for Sorath to sit there, so Sorath would have to move their stuff to the other side of the table for there to be a plate there. Or, if y'all want to cause some fucking drama, someone else could just sit where Sorath is supposed to sit.
Levi will sit where Sorath is just supposed to sit.
Yeah, I feel like Sorath is gonna ask one of the staff to move a plate so she can sit at the end of the opposite end of the table.
I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. Sorath and the royal family, she always feel like she would be the leader of the party at this point.
Give me a persuasion check. They are supposed to do exactly what you want, but you're also asking them to change something that Ember set up. So,
yeah. Yeah. 17.
Can I just get a general charisma check from everyone but Sorath in the group?
Charisma.
Oh wait, I actually missed you, throw.
Look at a 14.
It'll be a +3, so. Mine's a 7, Ulti.
Okay, cool.
Look at a wild range.
I was like, oh, I did bad. I got 14.
Oh, don't worry, we did worse.
You can roll for
Yeah,
yourself
look at
if
now.
you want. Lion, I can also roll for you, because that's the thing I can do. It is a power I have. I am going to roll for...
I have the power.
Oh, it's only 7. Okay.
Charisma.
Yeah, because you did the save instead of a check.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm going to roll for it
Charisma.
as well now.
It's
Charisma.
charisma, Lion.
Oh, yeah,
Lion
it's a
is
charisma check. Oh, yeah. Okay, Lion's in here. Cool.
Charisma.
Just a normal charisma check.
Charisma.
Charisma! Charisma!
Charisma.
I
Nice.
think watching the other
You know, Brad, you are the one who rolled the highest out of all these rolls.
I rolled a 9, so technically Gin rolled the highest.
Ah, sure.
Hey,
The bar is low.
Lion rolled the
Really
highest.
low.
Lion rolled the highest. Flinken just has, some.
I
some
just got a big
perks.
bonus.
Big
Flinken does
boner
have big
energy.
boners.
No bonus. Sounds similar to
Aw,
bonus, though.
Venus.
That's kind of why I
Aw.
said it.
Okay, so
Hello?
I am going to ask you, Brett. So you're seeing this moment of Sorath going like, "Hey, move this plate over. I'm going to be sitting at the other end of the table," and the staffer is like, just for a moment stops a little, and you can see they're like, "Oh, I mean, you are royalty. I'm supposed to do what you say, but you're asking me to change something that was set up on the request of someone else." Currently, to be hip with the youth, you are the one in the party with the most aura at the moment. What type of
I've been mewing a lot.
yes? What type of like? How are you presenting yourself in this moment? Like being next to Sorath. Essentially, Sorath is, and you probably would be the person who understands what's going on the most here. Of Sorath essentially saying like, "I'm not sitting with my family. I'm gonna sit there because I'm a leader of this group. Move the stuff. Do as I say." And essentially, the staffer is in a moment of being caught. Like, okay, am I going to do what I'm being told right now, or am I just going to say, sorry, that's not up to me. I'll ask someone else. So it's in what manner do you want to present you and the group having Sorath's back here, essentially?
I'll essentially like. Okay, do you want me to just like say what I'm saying to the person, or like
No,
how
I just
my
want
position
to,
with
like-
the group and stuff like that?
I'm asking more like, what kind of vibe do you want to give off?
I'm gonna pretend to be like sort of like a right-hand man type of thing. Like, if Sorath like requires something, then I'll be like, I'll be the one to like, fetch or whatever, that kind of thing. Like, I'll pretend to be like an assistant of some sorts.
Okay. In that case, give me a persuasion check with disadvantage. I'm going to. This number is going to be added. Okay, cool. So what I was going to say is this number is going to be added to Sorath's check, and I was going to have you guys need to beat a 35, which I think y'all did pretty handily.
Yeah, because I did okay on my roll. So
you did okay.
28 definitely helps.
Yeah, my bar was that if Sorath could roll a 25 on their own, the person would do it unquestionably, but they are dealing with, like, changing something without Emrys's approval. So, like, if Sorath couldn't, like, just overrun them with, like, I'm in charge here energy, it was going to be, a little bit of help from the party to sell the experience. Also,
it's really funny.
I'll go up to the servants and stuff like that and say, well, right now, rather than being what is her title?
Well, Sorath would be a princess.
Yes. Yeah, princess?
Yes.
Well, rather than being the princess at the moment, right now she is the leader of our group and just a guest for now. It would probably be appropriate to have her represent us since she is our leader. I'm putting on an accent for that one. So
yes,
like
the staffer looks at Sorath, and there's like Sorath is very used to the staff going, I would love to do what you're saying, but you have a mother, and I'm scared of her. And then Blinken immediately popping in and being like, oh, I'm sorry, you shouldn't have to deal with this, Sorath. As our leader, this is not what you deal with. Can you do your job, please, sir? And pulls off the right-hand man/manager energy. The staffer just like, of course. And them and some other people move some of the stuff around, change the seats, switch the seating arrangement around so that Sorath can now sit at the other head of the table, the very end. And that there will be one less Belrose on that side of the table than expected. This will probably amuse Ambrosia, piss the ever-loving shit out of Emrys, and Anselm will probably be like, oh, Sorath's over there now. So
yeah.
I'll definitely position myself to the right side of Sorath as well, and just like keep my hands like in front of me, like in like just finger like clasp locked together and stuff like that, just in my lap and stuff.
I find it
like,
really
waiting
funny
for, like,
because yeah, like when we got to Kimper, I was very much like, yeah, Sorath is gonna want to just appease her family and just do what they want so they can get stuff done easily. But the second she got home and actually had to deal with Emrys again, she's just like, fuck this.
I was like, I'll just do what they tell me. I've done that so much. And then the car comes home. It's like, oh, I've been away from home for a while. And I am no longer used to how shit this is. Fuck all that.
I just got back. It's like he's just sitting next to you for wait.
So currently the seating arrangement is Sorath is sitting at the end of the table. There will be three chairs to Sorath's right and 3 chairs to Sorath's left. Flinken is sitting on Sorath's right hand. Y'all can arrange seating arrangements if y'all want to. If you have a preference for where to sit, that is a definite
Let me bust
choice.
out paint.
I Is there anyone who wants to, like, say specifically that they are sitting on Sora's left hand?
I thought you were gonna say lap, and I was like, where is this going?
Levi will sit in Sorath's lap.
Hard pass.
Can't even
No
see the
offense.
table.
You're gonna sit in someone's lap. Probably choose the person who doesn't have legs made out of sticks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, choose
get some
Lincoln.
cushion.
Yeah.
Technically, the person whose legs made out of sticks, it would be technically Sage.
Shut up.
Well, I feel like Sage's legs was they were more trunked and everything, you know.
Yeah,
They had some heft to them. Sora's a skinny motherfucker.
Is there anyone sitting like in between the party and the Belroses?
Nope, there's just a gap.
Cool. Are there chairs there, or are they just...
No.
Alright.
So they had to move a chair and move, like, the silverware and stuff over to be at, like, one of the... to, like, fill up another spot, and then Sora just takes the seat at the very end that was there already.
Alright, who's at Sora's left?
Levi will. Why not?
Alright.
I'll say seating arrangements don't matter that much. It was more just like finding preferences. I'll say, just for, since Jewel isn't here at the current moment, even though they are in the... They said something in the Discord chat. Gunther will probably sit...
is gonna roll to win.
Yeah, Gunther knows how seating arrangements like these work, and I feel like Gunther would want to sit second from Sorath on Sorath's left, because that is usually the spot that gets paid the least attention to.
For real.
And other than that...
Probably I'll sit to the right.
Mm-hmm. So it's... I guess Crystal and Gin are sitting furthest from Sorath, closest to Sorath's family, then.
Crystal, do you want to sit next to Riziuk or Gunther? Same question to Gin.
Gin, do you want to do rock, paper... Oh, wait. Gin, do you want to do rock, paper, scissors to decide where you sit?
Well, what's the prize if you win?
It is what it is. Oh, okay.
Sit further away from family.
How is this gonna work? Are we just gonna count to 3 and
So
Mel's gonna say something?
The best way to
Lion
do
sends
rock,
it, or-
paper, scissors is you just roll a d6, and then it's like 1 to 2 is rock, 3 to 4 is paper, and then 5 to 6 is scissors. Because that's just rock, paper, scissors, you know? Or if you guys want to choose, then figure that out, because y'all are... One of you is on a chat on a delayed mobile connection, and one of you is in a VC.
I was just gonna say rock. Alright, Crystal, what do you want to say?
I'll roll a d6.
Okay.
Real.
I'll let fate decide. Rock.
Alright, well, 1 and 2 are rock, so...
Okay, so
Roll again.
both of you go rock. Yin's just gonna stand there holding their hand out like a rock the entire time.
Pretty much.
Crystal's just, rock, goddammit. Rock, goddammit. Rock, goddammit. Okay,
Paper.
so Crystal wins, so that means you sit where?
I sit closer to friends. I sit further away from family.
Oh, that was not the question. The question was left or right. You guys are the furthest from family and
sitting next to Gunther or Riziuk?
Yeah, are you sitting next to Gunther or are you sitting next to Riziuk?
I sit next to Gunther.
Okay.
Alright. I was like, damn, that really solved nothing. Okay,
yeah.
Listen, this cookie's hitting different, okay?
Alright, here's the table.
Like, ID you for it?
No.
So that also does mean that Crystal is sitting, is the one who's sitting closest to Emrys, and Gin is sitting closest to Ansel.
Oh.
So, yeah. And Gunther is sitting and kind of probably just like hiding behind Crystal for most of the dinner. So, yeah. Oh. With all of your seats chosen, congratulations, we have defeated the disease.
The hardest boss.
Astro has given us a care package, you know, like hydrate, stretch.
Astro!
Yeah!
Stop!
Thank you.
I stretched and my back cracked so fucking much. What the hell?
Do you guys do? Woo. There's 2 people that start with G, but like don't worry about it because obviously one of them is for one of them is for Gunther because yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Neat. Yeah.
Alright. I've labeled things now if you didn't pick up on colors. And also to be colorblind friendly. Because colors are hard.
Yes. Yeah. Let's do this. Do this. I don't know why it always goes for that as a default. And then we one over here. Man, we definitely are the D&D stream with the highest production value.
Mm-hmm. Naturally.
Wow, we have custom graphics for table seating? No other D&D show has this much effort put into it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go! A little smaller. So, yeah. You guys choose your seats. So then there's currently no food on the table. I'm going to... I should probably... That was something I forgot to ask you about earlier. This is me being slightly autistic about food service and stuff like that. Do you think the Belarus family would do French, French service or Russian? Which French, dressing a table French means all of the dishes are placed onto the table, and people take the food they want. Usually, attendants get food for people in whatever way they want. Or Russian means that dishes are prepared and then sent out to the diners.
French.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. In that case, table is still empty. The food will be brought in after the royal family has sat down and gotten comfortable. You guys are sitting there. There is, after you guys have done both this little shenaniganery and also sat down and talked a little, you wait for, a total of, almost 10 minutes from when you guys enter the room, which is not long at all in terms of, waiting for royalty to arrive at the dinner, but for Emrys, that's unusual. And it is, as Sorath would be able to know, that this is Emrys's most savage expression of disrespect. Is I'm gonna be 5 minutes late to the dinner. Fuck these guys.
It's funny
Get
because
home.
only Sorath would really pick up on.
Yeah.
Sorath is okay, you're being dramatic. Got it.
Yeah. Sorath would be the only one who would pick up on that. And Emrys would not realize that Sorath would be the only one to pick up on that. Most certainly. Emrys would be yeah, this'll show him.
She has ADHD.
No, she is she's lived a very, very sheltered life in a way.
I feel like Sorath would be pretty amused because she's like, she doesn't fucking know that my friends don't know how this shit works.
Yeah.
It's like the Sorath would be in like a kind of just generally amused mood.
So, but the royal family will eventually arrive. Before that happens, I want Sorath to give me another wisdom saving throw. Just to see if like you can keep out the good streak or if this is going to be more a struggle. You're keeping control. You're definitely noticing the strong need in your body, that like almost panicked hunger is gnawing at you, and it is wearing on your patience for sure, but you've got it under control. Right now it's for the most part just quite uncomfortable and bothersome. So yeah, eventually the royal family enters. Emrys enters first, in a completely different, still ostentatious and beautiful dress. Just quietly, not really giving eye contact to anyone in the party. Anyone who wants to, but Sorath specifically, give me an insight check, Sorath with advantage, because Sorath knows her mother better than the rest of the party. You know?
Whoa.
Whoa, I can't believe that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I would know her mother a lot better than Sora.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, like I know everything about her.
So far, I've rolled the lowest.
Well, no, because wait, really? You get advantage on insights?
Yeah.
Oh.
They have runes.
My stone rune.
I must stay ignorant, real as hell.
I don't know why, but I thought that said I was too pregnant.
I must stay pregnant.
Good for you, Daisy. Love that for
Yeah,
you.
Oh my god.
You do not have to roll an insight check on this line, because this is only those who care about like, ooh, what's going on with Emrys over there, and it would make a lot of sense if Gain's just like, I don't fucking care. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's no table seating for Buggy, but there is like this giant, ostentatious, like gold stitch embroidered, essentially like a big dog bed that's just kind of on the floor, a little besides the table. That like Buggy could just lay on, but it doesn't seem like they're planning on like Buggy being part of like the dinner. But Buggy can be here, you know?
Yeah.
There's a spot for them.
It'll be boring for him probably, but
Yeah.
he can be here.
It'll be boring, and you can probably like just give them random meat.
Yeah, cute.
Cool.
Buggy would be on my lap, says Lion.
Mm-hmm.
Right after, this baby ain't coming out.
So,
Thank goodness.
I will say Buggy is quite large. So just visualize. First of all, visualize a snake sitting on a chair, and then imagine like a full-size Doberman on that snake's lap, this given snake is also 7 feet tall when they're standing, significantly longer than that. And yeah,
the big ass twink with this big ass dog.
Is Buggy small size? I thought Buggy was medium. Just he can't fly yet. I believed that was the case.
Wait, what? Wait, has Buggy ever been so tiny that they fit into someone's pocket?
No.
No.
What?
The egg that Buggy hatched from would be bigger than Pocket, so.
I thought we were talking about like a little baby salamander.
No.
Oh, I thought dragons were pretty big.
Yeah, this is a drake, technically, but so it's not a full dragon, but
Lord.
Wow, that's crazy.
let me see.
Astro say have good session.
Yeah.
Thank you, Astro.
No, we're gonna have the worst session ever.
No, it is. Yeah, they are small. In that case, they're just like a kind of average sized dog, like a really big cat, I guess.
Yo.
Like what my cat's gonna be.
Mm-hmm. I forget.
Lord.
I also sort of forget that Gin doesn't have
Imagine
that
him
many.
like smolder. Hell yeah. League of Legends mention.
Yeah, Smolder would probably be would be the medium size, because Smolder, like if you think about him like size-wise compared to the other champions, that's like kind of comparable. So I guess Buggy is a little smaller than Smolder at the moment. Buggy is the type of size of like where a dog is like, that's not a lap dog. I guess it can fit on your lap physically, but it's definitely not a lap dog.
My dog don't bite. Yes, he do.
My dog don't bite, he spits.
I tell everyone my dog bites, even though she can't bite.
So, I mean, you gotta tell them that your dog doesn't bite, even though they bite, because how else are you gonna help your dog get their kill count up? But yeah. So, Emrys enters.
Didn't think so.
Regally, and looks at where she would expect Sorath to be sitting. Doesn't see Sorath, looks over to the group, and gives Sorath like a little bit of stern side eye, but does nothing more than that.
Sorath just smiling.
Yeah. From all the insight checks that people did, Emrys is like, wait, who actually rolled well for their insight checks?
I rolled a 25.
Yeah,
16.
I'll say that like Flinken and Risyuk, they can definitely tell that Emrys is not necessarily happy about y'all being here. Levi can tell that Emrys is extremely, extremely fucking upset, seemingly with Sorath specifically, and that probably all of that negativity in no way can reflect positively upon the rest of your group. So, yeah.
Hooray!
Whoa.
Hey, Sora, I think your mom hates us.
True, Levi is sitting by Sorath's left hand, so they...
That is not what I expected. It is not surprising to me.
Directly after Emrys, who moves to take her seat, is Ansel, who a lot of you are seeing for the first time. Anselm is... He is he probably has looked better, but still is like he's like the type of like older guy who is used to be quite buff and strong, and then has kind of taken on a lifestyle that's a bit more relaxed and definitely gained some weight, probably lost a little bit of muscle. He's quite soft around the edges. He looks kind of annoyed that he has to be here. If y'all want insight checks on some, you can as well. Same thing again with Sorath having advantage. Because, again, Sorath knows their dad better than everyone else knows their dad. Why?
Most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time.
Yeah. Anselm is... Anselm's an elf.
There we go.
Quite... He looks pale, but in a... but not in a, like, this is natural for him way. It's clear that Anselm probably would have... it would help his health to live somewhere where there was sunlight. He's in his early 60s, I believe 61. Kind of luscious, what once was luscious brown hair has kind of begun to salt and pepper. Keeps his kind of long, pulled back. Weirdly enough, I think Anselm would keep his hair kind of similar to the professor from Tellarian Community College, for anyone who is familiar with that channel.
Oh my god.
That is his hairstyle. He has a lot of the vibes of... He has the vibes of someone who wants to be seen as strong and cool, but doesn't have the care or energy to put in any amount of effort required to get there. So they're like kind of doing bare minimum plus. As he enters, he's kind of absent-minded. Sorath 100% can tell. Yeah, no one told Anselm who was the guests. He was probably just told, we have guests, you have to be at the dinner, I don't care what you're doing right now, we're gonna eat. Right now, you will be there. It's very possible that Anselm didn't know that there was gonna be a dinner at all until he was told. Partly because neither Emrys or Ambrosia really care to inform him of anything, and partly because he doesn't really care to be informed. As he looks around, sees the group sitting down, kind of looks over like, oh. There is a moment where both Sorath and Risu can definitely tell that he has like a little bit of excitement as he clocks that you guys are some sort of adventuring group. Like, you're well-built, the strong people. They're wearing something expensive. And Risyuk would probably... Give me a perception check as well, actually, Risyuk.
Got it.
Also, I will say, did you let go of your... detect magic before entering this room, or you just...
Yeah, before entering the dining room.
You don't really catch the details yourself. I'll say Sorath and Crystal can also do perception checks. Sorath doesn't do this perception check with advantage because Sorath isn't better at physically seeing their dad than the rest of the party.
Sick. 9.
Cool. Crystal would catch that Anselm's gaze looks kind of like, oh, there's a group over there. Cool. Who are our guests? Is immediately captured by like, oh, that person has a drake on their lap. That's awesome. And then they look at Risyuk, and there's like a moment of like, ooh, like he's seen something cool. There is like it's like when the kid sees a really cool toy. And then his gaze kind of moves to whoever is sitting in the leader position of this group, sees Sorath and just he stops. Emrys goes to sit. She looks over to him, and he's just standing there, kind of frozen, eyes locking with Sorath's. He just mouths to you like, "What are you doing here?" Do you respond? He didn't say anything, he just like mouthed it, so you could like tell what he was trying to say. But
I was gonna say, the second that Anselm enters the room, Sorath's like amused expression is gonna shift to just be blank. Yeah. Like not necessarily, like just very impartial, and she's not going to respond in any way.
Okay.
She's gonna move to look at maybe Emrys or something once he finishes like mouthing to her.
Emrys, like Anselm, kind of standing there, kind of confused, seemed like he's waiting for a response from Sora. For Emrys, who's turned to him, kind of like very hushed, just essentially whisper him like, "What are you doing? Just go sit down." And he goes to move, and Ambrosia, who's been entered behind him, who kind of like stopped when Anselm just suddenly stopped right in front of her. She seems more amused by Anselm being fucking flabbergasted. She has fun with it. Anselm kind of hurries to sit in his spot before Ambrosia steps in, looks over the party. Feel free to do insight checks as well. Same rules as last time. For whoever wants to insight Ambrosia.
Do I get advantage?
Yeah. You also know your grandmother better than these people.
That's crazy. 24. Better than my mom.
Yeah.
Apparently better than your mom.
Apparently just as good as Crystal.
Yeah.
So,
I know women.
I know women. I was like, is that why you got a nat 1 for Anselm?
It could be.
A man entered the room and Crystal did not notice.
Honestly, respect.
Both Sorath and Sorath, Risyuk, and Crystal all immediately can tell that she is looking over the group and she is matching like descriptions. Her head, she's like, okay, so that's that person, that's that person, that's that person, that's that person. Like looking over, and she seems satisfied. I'll say Sorath and Crystal, like as they edge out Risyuk slightly. This is
They're edging?
Yes, they are edging.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Each other or just together separately?
If it's each other, I will remind you that there are 2 people sitting in between the 2 of you, so that would be pretty impressive.
Should
Levi
should I be
and
watching?
Gunther are sitting
Let's look
between
away.
you. So, and you are not sitting like you are not sitting squeezed against each other here. So
I don't even have mage hand. All right,
yeah,
that's fine.
Just like very, very
Mage
dexterous
hand.
stretching of legs under tables. Just like laying only like shoulders touching the chair. It's like
Keep your feet away from my dick.
But yeah, so the two of you kind of catch, and Sorath more from experience, Crystal more from like intuition. This is someone who is very happy that the information that she already had matched what she expected. And yeah. So for Sora, that's more of like, yeah, she knows how Ambrosia operates, she knows what she's like. For Crystal, this is like you look at someone for the first time and be like, oh, they know about me. They've got info on me. This person's a cop. Like, are you the feds? So, yeah. The three of you at least catch that Ambrosia definitely has some more detailed knowledge on the group, and is very satisfied to see that everyone is here and that things matched up to her knowledge. And Ambrosia goes to sit now then sitting opposite of Sora, two of them looking directly at each other. Emrys very silently fuming. Ambrosia looks...
Sora smiles when she sees Ambrosia again, just to put up appearances.
Ambrosia will smile warmly, though there's some amount of like polite ritual to it, of like greeting whoever is in charge.
Yeah, same for Sorath. It's more of a thing she's supposed to do rather than like being happy with her.
And Ambrosia, as she sits, smiles and nods at Sorath. She then looks over to an attendant that's standing kind of off to a corner by the door, who then steps forth and then announces each and every one of you in essentially seating order, starting with Crystal, then Gin, then Gunther, then Resyuk, then Levi, then Flinken, and then Sorath in the end. Kind of starting with like essentially in the seating arrangements you have in descending order of importance, and introduces all of you. I'm not going to do the entire thing because it will drive me insane and ruin my voice, but essentially introduces all of you in the form of Crystal Snow, member of the traveling group, the professionals in serious shit, and then knocks the floor with the staff, then continues with Gin, and so on and so forth, gets to Sora, where there's like a tiny moment of hesitation, where they kind of look towards Emrys, they are standing behind Emrys, and Emrys doesn't care enough to turn to look at them. And then they look back at the group, and they meet eyes with Flinken. Flinken, give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Give you advantage on it.
Advantage?
Yes, because you do have the assistance of Sorath and the party and kind of in their presence.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
You can reroll the 1, so just roll another d20 here.
Okay, 26.
Okay, cool. The DC was 25, so you're good.
Oh my god.
You be so happy you not won in that advantage roll, because this is pretty good.
2s on my nat ones.
Yeah.
Or double ones.
So
yeah, that too.
You look at this person, meet their eyes. You give your best manager stare down. The person announces Sorath as Lady Sorath Belrose, leader of the traveling group of the professionals in serious shit. And this would probably be Sorath's first time in their life where they're not announced in the capacity as royal family.
Weeball!
So, shoutouts
First
to
up and
Manager
out.
Flinken.
Very convincing when I need to be.
Upon hearing this, Emrys kind of like looks up and is about to like turn, and Ambrosia seems to like kind of smirk a little at it before Anselm just goes, "Lady, did go." And you can and Emrys just stares fucking daggers at Anselm before she kind of immediately calms, realizes her situation of like not wanting to make a scene, and then sits quietly before the announcer announces Anselm Soundwatcher as Prince Pleasant Valley, announces Emrys as Princess, and announces Ambrosia as Princess Regent. So, once those formalities are taken care of, that attendant leaves.
I'm so sorry for that attendant. He's dead.
Probably not in for a good time. So, though Sorath at least would know that if Ambrosia can be bothered to care, Ambrosia would be able to stop Emrys from doing anything to them. So, you know.
So he's dead.
So if he, if y'all want this random guy to have a good time, I guess convince Ambrosia to keep him around.
Nah, he's dead.
I'm a little surprised that we have a leader, but doesn't say anything. Yeah. No, this is purely something Sorath did to just say fuck you to her mom.
Yeah, y'all don't have a leader, so I was like, is
No.
anyone gonna sit in the leader seat? And then Sorath had the option of saying, well, what if I move my plate from sitting with my family and I sit in the leader seat for this group?
Yeah.
So that's why Sorath is sitting there. I would say this group very much doesn't have a leader, because I don't think anyone is in charge of anything. Which makes sense, because very little of what y'all do seem like it has any sort of management to it.
No, we still should do whatever we want, and somehow it comes together.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
It always finds its way to working out, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's always fine and works
You've
out.
always
perfectly.
gotten away alive. It's probably where it's safe to leave that.
Yeah.
It definitely hasn't always gone well,
It
No one
works,
but it,
No
but
one
it doesn't.
has
could have
died
gone
on
a
a-
lot worse.
No one has died on a
Really?
mission.
Well, no one's permanently died.
No one's
Well,
permanently died on the mission.
Well, Levi died to his dream, but not on the mission. You
Levi
know?
died to the dream, and then there... I
No one's
believe it was
permanently died.
Gunther who died but got saved by the amulet.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Sorath died to a drink. Very briefly, but she got better.
I mean, you're right. Technically, Levi died twice because I technically did die to.
Someone gave Sorath an Uno reverse card, and then she came back.
Yeah. And then Levi did... 3 times. 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 3 died to Aubrey but got saved by Amulet again. So this y'all are doing pretty alright, I would say. But yes, anyways, once the attendant announcing all of you leaves, Ambrosia breathes a little bit like a sigh of like relief that the formalities are over. And he then goes, I suppose that this is the time to officially welcome you home, Sora, and to extend a welcome to our home to all of your traveling companions. It is a delight to meet the people who have traveled with my beloved granddaughter. And I encourage you to stay as long as you may need to. I am happy to host friends of my granddaughter. Ambrose looks fucking furious at this because, you know. Why wouldn't she?
Yeah.
But at the current moment, Ambrose seems to just be frustrated at Sorath and Ambrosia and Anselm and everyone else in the room. And probably the staff and everyone within a 25-mile radius.
Yippee!
Ambrosia seems to be carefully observing all of you with a very self-satisfied smile on her face. And Anselm seems to be torn between, wow, there are some interesting people here, and what's going on? I'll say because Sorath would definitely know this, you have been extended a welcome. So as the leader of the visiting party, it is in come courtesy, you are then the one who's supposed to respond and accept on behalf of your group. So.
Yeah. Thank you. We are quite grateful to receive your invitation.
And Ambrosia gives you a little nod. Little smile. Keeps looking around at the group. I want to know what's going through everyone's minds right now. Like, what are your characters thinking in this moment?
Oh, I wonder how food tastes here compared to where we were in Kemper.
I'm just essentially just trying to keep in my mindset of like being a manager and stuff like that. Just like you know, like I'm kind of fussing over like Sorath a bit, you know, just like, you know, it's like, you know, pretending like, oh, is there anything that you need at the moment? And like, you know, I'm the right hand man at the moment.
Yeah.
And just keeping that kind of mindset.
Yeah.
For Rizyuk, is I've never seen so much decadence and decorum in one place, and the fact that I have to appease these people because they might be one of my only shots to figuring out what's going on with me has me in a sort, in a bit of despair of sorts.
Let the record show that Gin's response is, "Where the food at?"
That's also probably Bucky's response.
Yeah, Bucky is probably the same response.
Yeah. What's going through Crystal's mind at the moment? Well,
where's
what's
my
going through
at?
Crystal?
Where's my catnip?
Hey, no, Crystal will probably be on something along the lines of, "That's cool. We get fancy living. That's neat.
Could I have one more to be like, oh, the man that it's like irreparably changed the history of when Cash is sitting across the way from me.
You do kind of have the moment of like, oh, yeah,
this is him.
That is genuinely probably the world's most wanted man.
And when Cash would be so much different depending on what happened if you didn't.
You also know very well that if you somehow manage to grab this guy and get out of Pleasant Valley, it would take very little in terms of resources to find the right people to get this guy to Wencash. If you could get this guy to Wencash, you could probably live more decadently than the Belroses are currently living.
Thankfully, that's not really a motivator for Rizir.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is an interesting thought. But that one doesn't cross the mind. It's more of, I'm looking at history right now.
No, it's like a moment of realizing that probably the most monetarily valuable object you've ever seen is that man right there. And he mainly looks like a early 60s dad who's kind of worried about oh god, I'm gonna have to retire at some point and I don't know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do with all my time? That's what keeps him up at night. That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
And he has the body of someone who would tell you that he could have gone pro in college. He's not in the worst shape you could be, but he's not in good shape.
You see Brett Favre over there? That could have been me. That could have been me, Brett Favre. Brett Favre.
Yeah. And beneath the confusion of what's happening, why is Sorath here, what's going on, there is also he is looking at this group, reliving his heydays, and you are essentially the people who went pro. And this is you can almost already visualize the moment at some point during this dinner conversation when things will calm down and conversation will start about the things y'all have been up to. And this guy will definitely go yeah, man, I could have done that. Maybe that's what I should have done with my life. Maybe I should have gone out and killed a pseudo beast. Oh, that would have been great fun.
He could have been pissed.
Yeah,
He could have been pissed.
He could have been pissed.
That was just shit.
yeah.
Said he was a Duskbreaker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their group was called the Duskbreakers. Which,
Dustbringer, so I know they're just crop dusters.
They were a very famous group in their time. Not as much due to their accomplishments. They definitely did a lot of stuff and hunted some dangerous monsters, including a dragon. Hounds of Dust technically have the title of Dragon Slayer, though the way dragon hunts usually work is that there's a shit ton of people and they all hunt a dragon together and then wow, we killed the dragon. Well, these 80 people get the Dragon Slayer title now. So it's not as big of a deal as maybe sounds. But the thing they're most known for now is, that they fucking kidnapped the Crown Prince of Wencash. And before that happened, they were mostly known that oh wow, this adventuring group has this fucking prince in it. What the fuck's going on with that? And they were kind of riding his clout.
Yeah.
So,
Wait, aren't we doing the same thing? We have a princess in our group.
and funnily enough, I think y'all have been riding Gunther's clout more than Sorath's. Mainly due to the areas you've been so far.
Sorath doesn't want to ride the cloud. She doesn't want
change
anything to do
when we
with
go
it.
to that realist city?
So I'll say, so there are like 2 places in the setting where Sorath has like where Gunther has more clout than Sorath in terms of like people being like, oh my god, we need to cater to these people. It's Wencash and Great Landing. Mainly because like, yeah, Sorath is royalty and really powerful royalty, but like, come on, man. Like, Eustace Osmond, like, he wasn't born in Great Landing, but it's basically his hometown, right? Like, he represents us, and he is like the biggest deal ever, you know? So, yeah.
They sing sea shanties of him at the docks.
They do more than that. Like, Eustace is the hero. So
They suck his dick in the dogs. Wait. Pause.
Big dog.
Pause!
And,
Oh, no.
Eustace would definitely carry more clout than probably the Belroses themselves. But Gunther being the son of a famous hero is less important than Sorath being in the Belrose family line. So, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Sorath had more clout than Gunther in both Ortis Halls and Leibel. So, and then clout didn't matter as much the places you went after when cached, because Kiangaram was in lockdown, Guromu was dead, and Debaya, like, they don't fucking care.
Oh.
They don't give a shit. But yeah. So, as you guys are greeted and welcomed and sit down, it's a little bit of a breathing room as Ambrosia kind of lets everyone stay in that moment. She doesn't say anything. Emrys sure as shit doesn't say anything. Anselm probably would want to say something, but like, isn't sure if he should. I'll say there will be like some minutes of just quiet, in case any of y'all want to be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna say some shit. That's not the case.
I'm thinking, hold on.
Essentially, does any one of y'all want to be like the person to break the silence to say some shit? Or will y'all just wait for the food?
I am not at liberty to be that person in this circumstance.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Hey, so Levi will actually mention the story. Hey, Soras, are we supposed to mention why we're here?
Do you say that for everyone to hear it?
Yeah, no, Levi doesn't think it's a secret.
Levi will direct his voice to Sorath, and then still speak loud enough for everyone to hear, because I don't think Levi would even imagine that he would need to whisper right now. Why would he do that?
Yeah.
They're family.
Yeah, your family. Levi doesn't know what it's like to have family, but you know, family, you're supposed to.
I mean,
supposed to be close, right?
Levi wouldn't mind if Brother Bob, like, heard like him say something. So, like,
or like the kids in the orphanage.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, so everyone hears that. Sure.
Yes, this is something I was wanting to share. Given the situation with the valley being disconnected from the rest of the world, we are here to discover the root of this problem and to meet with We were informed that grandmother had something to speak with a couple of us about.
Ambrosia nods. This time it's Emrys' turn to be confused because she's also. This is her time to have not been told about something. Definitely is upset at that. So says absolutely nothing about it. Because she's not gonna oppose Ambrosia ever.
Yeah. Well, Levi would nod when Sora says it. Well, I was hoping to get your guys' opinion about this, but I usually have some like dreams about like things that will happen or happened, and I was dreaming about why this has like this. Well, I'm trying to think. What was the word for this disconnection? I'm actually trying to think what you call it.
What?
I have why I say President Zod has been disconnected. Like trying to like put it in like a way.
I mean the way I've described it is that it's like fallen out of the plane of existence.
Well, why President Zod has fallen out of the plane of existence, and my dreams pointed me into Aubrey in his castle, and I dreamt about being an angel there, like walking into the castle and getting ambushed. Or that being the cause of this happening. Would you guys have any clue what's going on?
They look around each other. Emrys,
or any angel, like basically any angel, like coming to territories.
Give me an insight check with advantage, Levi. Read their reaction to this.
23.
So the reactions you can kind of like parse. Anselm does not seem surprised. None of them seem surprised that like when you say that it's Aubrey who's the cause of this, which seems to be what they are all expecting. When you mention the angel thing, Anselm looks kind of like oh, that's weird. Is that weird? And has like this is not something I know about type reaction, and is kind of looking to the two others to like gauge like, hey, what are their opinion on it? Should I be worried about this? Emery seems quite confused. Like she would, like that goes against something she knows. And Ambrosia kind of just looks like, oh. She responds, we had assumed that the situation is tied to my grandfather, His Highness, and that much we could have gathered. Most of the strange occurrences here do, after all, tie back to him. As for any angelic element, this is not something I have been made aware of. Emrys? Like, looks to Emrys. There's an implication that, like, Emrys is leaving kind of an implication that Emrys messed something up. Which Emrys responds pretty immediately with, I can assure you that none of the people who have made it into the keep or that have been escorted there have had angelic descent or affiliation. This is new to me as well, Mother. There's like this stern moment of tension between them.
Gin says, grandfather? Question mark.
Ambrosia will go, yes, His Highness Prince Operi is my grandfather. Ambrosia, for everyone's reference, she looks like maybe she's in her 70s, maybe 80s. Wouldn't surprise you if she's early 80s, but she looks good for 80. As for her actual age, I'm pretty sure she's 800 and something, right? Where did I have that written down?
Vampires don't age quickly, man.
Yeah,
844.
Yeah, 844 years old. But she looks like she's 70, 80, around there.
If you want, I could explain to you exactly how I remember the dream from first stepping in, and Levi will.
I'll say that Ambrosia will go. That sounds like it would be quite wonderful information to have. How about we discuss it over some food? And she says that with a little bit of heavier punctuation, and immediately upon her saying it, you assume that there is some communication between staff, and the doors open and a bunch of food is taken out, and by several attendants just marching in very neatly practiced lines, placing dish after dish after dish on the table. There is a lot of what you figure is the expensive, rich version of Wencash food. There's a lot of very heavy, cooked meat and gravy. There's a lot of root vegetables that you imagine are a bigger part of their diet because they're easy to import and they can store for ages. There's also a lot of food from outside Pleasant Valley here. There is, surprisingly enough, there's fresh fruit, which hasn't been accessible at all in Pleasant Valley. And there is a notable... There's a notable, part of the meal that is a little bit lighter, where there's some dishes that are less heavy on meat. There's surprisingly a lot of sponge cake and very light, fluffy soufflés and puddings. A lot of fruity, fresh flavors and scents. There is also there's a little tiered tray with madeleines and macarons and the tray itself looks there's a bit of a childish design to it. It's it was made with the intention that it was going to belong to a child. This is where some of Sora's preferred snacks will be served on. And they've just kept using it because Sorath is back. Their little baby is back, you know? So there is a noticeable scent of rose and rose water that just fills the air because it's clearly used in a lot of this food. Sorath very well knows which dishes to avoid to stay away from the rose water. Sorath is very much not a fan. but there's a lot of variety of food here. It is not like when Dugal arranged eating for you, where it was like from all over the world, stuff that's like tailored to your tastes. This is stuff that is fitting for the region, and what's imported is more imported as part of this meal. This is clearly food made for the Belroses. Expensively and well. So the ton of plates are put out on the table, and attendants will... Essentially, you guys... The way this works, which Sorath probably has informed the party of, so they know how to eat at a table like this. All you need to do is kind of just show any indication that you have interest in something, and a servant will immediately come and like put that onto your plate. You aren't supposed to talk to them. The servers are just supposed to stand there and keep like track of what you're looking at, if you ever gesture towards something, to keep your cups refilled. There is a lot of heartroot mead.
I imagine that like the first time someone tries to like reach for something, someone like rushes forward and like
yeah.
Levi would definitely be the first one.
Like immediately when Levi tries to reach for something, by the time your arm moves in a direction, there's already a server who's like grabbing the thing you were trying to grab and then putting some on your plate.
And I feel like Sorath wouldn't really have to reach for anything. Probably like the Emrys, Anselm, and Ambrosia, and just like they already have stuff being put on their plates immediately.
So, you guys are... The food is presented, it is handed out, and y'all eat whatever you are interested in.
Sorath probably nibbles at a medlin, but we'll put it down pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is flavorless, as far as you're concerned.
She'll probably try to just like eat a macaron, but like she won't push herself to have anything else.
Yeah.
Just kind of moving stuff on her plate and sipping at heartroot mead.
Yeah.
Just to, be eating, in quotes. When I hold the meat, I pull out my pinky. For proper behavior, good manners.
There's a slight moment of like comfort for you, Sora, on like having some of the heartroot mead and being like, oh yeah, no, this is the really good vintages that you're used to. Like the heartroot mead you had with you when you left, because you had, I believe when you got to Ortisol, you had a bottle of like the vintage you had at home. You have not had access to like those vintages ever since, because they don't leave the valley.
Yeah. So closest was Dugal, but like other than that, it's not been close.
Dugal, like the really good vintage that Dugal had, were like cream of the crop of what is being sold. But there's like a very select vintages that are kept here for the royal family's consumption, and partly for like a bit of a status thing of like when people come and eat here, they'll have that, and then it's like, wow, we had the special vintage. So Emrys has made very strict sure that those vintages never leave the mansion. They're made.
And they can never have meat as good as they did in the palace.
Like, I mean, the difference isn't massive.
Yeah.
But people care about fancy shit, and it's not about big differences. It's like, oh my god, this is 0.001% better than the best vintage. This must be worth billions. You're like, it's fucking tree juice. Like, not that big a deal. Yeah.
Either way, it's alcohol. I don't know. Drink it or don't.
So, you guys have your food. I assume that Levi kind of describes what they saw in their dreams.
Yeah. Like how it went. Like,
The three different family members of Sora seem to take in this information differently, with Ambrosia seemingly just accepting any information with the same kind of like sweetly interested, like, oh, interesting, thank you for informing us type deal, but there's not really any change. You can't tell if she's more interested in one piece of the information than another. Like, she shows the exact same level of interest of you describing that the stones were cold to you describing seeing your angel wings. Like, she doesn't care about either part. And the more she is, like, listening and responding to you, because you did really good on inciting against her, she does not care even the slightest about you whatsoever. She's just listening to what you say and not really caring about any of the information.
Yippee, family dinner.
Yippee, family dinner.
But she's being very polite about it.
Was it Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. Christmas. It's the day of the year where we thank Aubrey for fucking this place up.
Bless up. You fucked everything up.
Yeah. Part of the way she's acting gives the sense of someone who doesn't pay attention to what's said because it's not... I mean, she has people to pay attention for her. Why would she put effort into listening to you? That's not... She pays someone to listen for her. And part of it is... It seems like she's, like, in her process of examining y'all and listening to the little bit of communication between the group. She's decided that you're an uninteresting person and that you don't... She doesn't want to direct her attention towards you unnecessarily. Can you give me an insight check with advantage, Sora?
$13.
Okay.
Sora says, like, where the blood at?
Actually, I'll fucking roll, because I don't know if... I'm not rolling to see if Ambrosia can hide on her, because she definitely can, but I'm gonna roll to see if she cares if Sora knows. She doesn't. So, mainly just because you have so much experience of seeing her talk to so many people, and you know she's always got something brewing in her head. In the process of Levi talking about this, she's decided that Levi doesn't have any intrinsic value to her, and you can almost visualize her placing Levi's name further down her list in the people in this party.
Honestly, I think that could be a good thing.
Yeah, it probably is. So, yeah.
If I sound so boring that she doesn't care about me, you know what? That could be... You know what?
Emrys, on the other hand, is frustrated, upset, and very transparently fucking hates you, Levi. But she's paying very close attention, and you can tell that she is both trying to, like, memorize every detail of what you're saying, and she's also running it against other information she has to try and, like, figure shit out. Of all of them, she's the one who's like clearly working most with you. She thinks you're filth, but she's doing our job, and she cares about doing her job. And she will give very occasionally she will give input, saying like, yes, that would be the old cloister room. Oh, that would be the Royal Throne meeting hall. She seems to have a very, very good idea of what the keep is laid out to be. Which definitely is just from research, because that keep was not in use when Ambrosia was born. So Ambrosia seems to not care about you, and has decided that you're not useful to her. Emrys hates you, but is very eager for all tiny bits of information, and is willing to actually communicate and tell you stuff. And clearly is very passionate about trying to fix shit going on. And Anselm is listening very intently, but more in a way of, ooh, this is fun, this is exciting, this is good entertainment. And as Ambrosia is kind of like just passively taking it in, Emrys is giving input and asking some questions here and there. By the time you finish, Anselm is the one who speaks and goes, Sorath, you are... is quite good as you're traveling with a Neuromancer. They can be quite useful. It's impressive to have found one. You know, when I was traveling, and starts going on a tirade about this time where they were traveling, and they had it was their third, no, maybe it was their fourth time traveling through Ortis Halls, and there was no Neuromancer, and he talks like it's a little bit of a messy story, and by the time he's done, none of you are really sure what the Neuromancer did or why they met with him, because Anselm didn't really make that clear. And he spent like a good minute trying to remember the Neuromancer's name, and then gave up on it. And by the time the anecdote is done...
What a Neuromancer is.
A Neuromancer is someone who... it's essentially a diviner who sees things in dreams. That is a term that very likely Levi would not be familiar with, as it is essentially an arcane technical term.
Is Levi gonna ask him what it means?
Risiuk would know what an Neuromancer is, for sure. Sorath might, if you roll an Arcana check. Not like super high, but this is essentially like technical jargon.
22.
Cool. Paid attention in magic studies. Let's go.
No, Levi just has a confused look on his face.
Without Uti saying how Anselm, like if Anselm responds to that, I have a feeling that Anselm is not even looking at you.
Yeah.
Anselm is very much looking at Levi. But he is looking at Levi in the way of like, you know, when there's like an old relative and they're telling a story and they're looking at you in a way that's like, they're almost looking at you so you can't leave. That's the way he's looking at you. Like, I am looking at you because I am telling you this story, and you're gonna listen to my story, right?
And Levi is polite. He will listen.
Yeah.
Not the worst of you.
Levi being confused. By the end of it, Anselm is a little confused. It's one of those anecdotes that kind of just ends with like, yeah, and then we I guess we just left after that, and the anecdote just dies as if there probably was a point to it when he started talking, and then he started talking and forgot why he was talking about it, and then the anecdote just kind of dies.
I just love this. It's just a fucking boy failure.
Some amount of Anselm's behavior is modeled after my extremely autistic grandfather. So,
like, I just imagine this just like silence after he stops talking, and it's just like.
I believe I'll go. Oh, that's a good story, Ansem. We might done confessional boost.
Gin says, "Is it my turn?"
Ansem will almost instantly be like, "Oh, your turn to what?" Just looking down at Gin. Gin is the person that they would look most directly at when like looking down at the group, after all. So
Gin will be like, "Okay, so here's the story how we beat the Soul Beast."
Okay, the second you say that and you start like talking about it, y'all experience Anselm's focus lock in so hard. Like it is enough that Sorath like, oh, yeah, I haven't seen my dad interested in something like this in a while. And I'm assuming that Gin explains the Sudwell Beast encounter probably with just whatever gory details they can.
Like, so I used my poison to give to the rest of the party, and like, we had this other guy. Other girl. Do I explain the demon? I think it was a bit more than me. So yeah.
I mean, the demon is just they work for Sorath apparently. They're tied to Dugal. They work for Sorath. That's what, and they're helping out. That's all Gin knows.
Oh, I explained that we had a demon's help from Sorath and whatnot. Let's explain all the, I would say, physical details about the fight.
Anselm is passionately enthralled. The second you say like, oh, and the demon that Sorath has, no reaction. He's like, oh yeah, cool, okay. My daughter has demons? Cool, sure, okay. There's a bit of a like vibe like, yeah, I'm the cool dad. Oh, you fucking like drove off and like totaled someone's car in my car? Oh, okay, well, sure, I don't even care. I'm cool dad, you know? She can do whatever she wants. And then, he gets thrown in prison because, someone fucking used his car to, like, kill someone, He's like that. He does not seem bothered whatsoever about the information that Sorath has a demon working, or a devil working for them right now. Ambrosia takes in all of this information with the exact same level of interest as before. She's like, oh, interesting. And it's like, you describing, you gave out the poison, you're like, oh, smart. Still, no change in any detail is more interesting than any other. Emrys seems to be generally displeased by all this fucking adventure, monster slaying talk. The second that Aspiel is mentioned at all, immediately turns to look at Sorath. Has not been looking at Gin whatsoever, just been quietly eating her food, but then immediately turns to look at Sorath like, what the fuck is happening? Kind of expression on her face.
And Sorath just gives an amused smirk. And that's it. She doesn't really say anything.
Kind of stares at you in a way that you're familiar with means we'll talk later. But there's like a little bit less of like a confidence in there because she has by this point clocked that Ambrosia is definitely working against her in some fashion here. She's like, fuck. I have to deal with my mom now. What the hell?
I'm trying to remember. What was specifically told we're not allowed to say anything about Dabaya? Like the group said it specifically.
You guys
ideally.
Essentially, Sorath recommended just give them as little information as possible about stuff that's like been happening. The reasoning Sorath gave is that Ambrosia, her grandmother, is not someone you want to give too much information, but that anything that happened in Pleasant Valley so far, it would probably be somewhat safe to assume that she already knows, because she tends to already know anything that happens in here.
Yeah. It's not dangerous to tell her, because it's, her area.
Is,
Yeah, no, don't.
Yeah.
Sorath would have been like, ideally we don't tell her anything about what happened between Laybell and arriving in Pleasant Valley.
Yeah.
Except for her engagement.
Okay. I was trying to remember because, it's already been a while.
Yeah. So essentially, it was during Laybell, as far as y'all have been able to math it out, that Pleasant Valley vanished and lost contact with the world. So Sorath has requested to keep as much information about anything that happened after Laybell quiet. So it doesn't make it to Ambrosia, because Sorath doesn't want Ambrosia to have too much information. And also, I believe Sorath did say, like, don't mention, like, Gideon and, like, the Crusaders and shit, because we don't know who knows about that, and that's also good information to keep from people. So, those were kind of the general gist of things. Yeah.
Oh, Ian, if you're telling them that story, you should tell them about when we fought the... What was that water creature name?
Then after that, we took a bite. I took a bite of pseudo piece. He didn't taste that well. But what piece?
You know that water creature? The one that where Sorath and Crystal got that disease?
Oh my god!
Oh, yeah. Squid.
Squid.
The Aboleth. The Aboleth.
What? In Levi's defense, he would not take that information is important. And since Gin is already telling stories about monster we fought, he'll throw that one in. Tell him about that one, Gin.
Actually, for the first time, since y'all have asked a bunch of people about Aboleths, it sounds like when you say, like, oh, big squiddy creature, and Sorath goes, like, the Aboleth, and Anson goes, like, you all have seen an Aboleth? We spent quite some time hunting after one, but it kept hiding away. And again, is passionately enthralled in a discussion with Gin. I would say it's probably safe to assume for like most of this dinner, if no one is talking, Gin or Ansem will take the time to just share stories back and forth.
Like, if someone's validating me talking monsters, I'm just gonna keep talking.
Yeah.
Crystal is down to explain in deep detail about the porn that she saw unzipped in her mind.
So, a funny thing
you know
about
what? She doesn't even ask for consent. She'll just start talking about it.
Who died? No, Matcha died.
Matcha died.
Oh,
the
Matcha.
porn killed Matcha. No. So, a funny thing about the porn, since like that has come a couple of times, there is a canon compliant reason for why it could have been porn. Essentially, what the squids are doing we're putting a bunch of like junk information that is just like random noise into your brain, and your brain tries to figure out some like reason in it. So it will probably best be represented by common neurological patterns. So the fact that Crystal experienced it as pornography probably just means that a significant amount of Crystal's brain just thinks about like porn and sex
Yeah.
at all times.
Yeah.
Sorath is probably just like that moment is when Sorath just looks at Crystal like, wait, you saw what?
Yeah.
Wait, does that mean
Sorath would have seen like probably shit related to swords and battle in general. Just been
But-
like, wait.
But hearing Crystal explain that, wait, Sorath, you saw this too?
No, I saw some things that were completely different from what you are describing, Crystal.
Like, for probably the average
I-
person, it would have just been like a bunch of random things, and your brain would try and like make sense of a couple of things and be like, oh, fucking, like, it's a duck, sword, bread, oh, wow, running,
Bread?
and
Right.
then Crystal is so single-mindedly horny that they had like a coherent experience of pornography from literally just seeing TV static.
I could not quite place anything in particular, but there was some swords, there were glimpses of different animals that I've seen and some that I have not. There was nothing specifically coherent. I was not aware that there could have been.
Essentially, it's Sorath and Crystal sat in front of like TV static for a while, and Sorath was able to occasionally go like, oh, that briefly looked like a sword. Oh, wow,
my God,
that
it
looked
does.
like a glass of wine. And Crystal was just sitting there like, damn, she really bouncing on that thing.
That would be Crystal. That would be.
Do a jiggle?
So yeah.
God. Crystal is confronted with the fact that she is just very horny.
I will say, you were on some extremely strong laced catnip at the time. And we have informed Mel that catnip is an aphrodisiac. So, you know, it would be really funny if Crystal
Yeah.
goes, like, clean off catnip and just, like, isn't horny whatsoever. It's just that Crystal's, like, addicted to an aphrodisiac. And that's why she's horny all the time.
So, the way I like to imagine it is Crystal just starts to explain, yeah, I was having these weird visions. I was seeing a lot of naked people. And then that's when Sorath jumps in like, wait, you saw that?
Yeah.
Crystal just kind of trails off a little bit and she's like, yeah, they were doing they were... And she's gonna stare at her food and not make eye contact with anyone and just kind of dissociate on the spot.
Sora just kind of looks at Crystal for a bit after she like stopped talking, and it's just like, all right, but yes, we did defeat an Obeleth. So the disease was quite tricky. We were able to be cured of it, obviously, but it did take some searching to fucking SpongeBob gif. It did take some searching to find someone that was powerful enough to cure it.
Anselm is just like really excited about being able to hear about all this stuff. Emeris looks like she has emotional whiplash from just like listening to all this random bullshit. Having Crystal describe pornographic material was not what she was expecting today. I'll say I don't know if it will affect Crystal's experience of it. Ambrosia continues to show the exact same amount of like, oh yeah, that's interesting type interest, even when you're describing the porn.
That would just egg her on. Crystal would just continue. She wouldn't get the signs.
Yeah, because like Ambrosia is just like, oh yeah, tell me whatever information. There might be something useful in here. Just keep people talking. And then eventually starts like, wait, that's what you saw? I saw this other stuff. And then you realize that they weren't porn squids. The porn squid was you all along. But, hey, as far as Chris, give me an insight check. Do it with disadvantage, because I feel like you deserve disadvantage in this, a moment here. Against Ambrosia.
I think I do.
I want double natural ones right here.
Okay. I'll say you are just a little shy of being able to read into the details of Ambrosia's like workings here. Ambrosia at least seemed to be interested in your details, so that's good. Crystal does not pick up on the fact that Ambrosia doesn't really give a shit. I don't think anyone is trying to risk up anyone in this family at the moment.
No, no one is in Crystal's radar
has a
yet.
hot mom, but
Give her a drink.
But she's a total bitch, so...
Yeah. Sorry, that's a hot mom, but she's a total bitch. Hey.
Yeah. Lore. I will say, it is very clear, just after this little bit of the dinner, that so far, Ambrosia is spending the time listening to people trying to reorder with like how useful people are going to be to her. And it is Emeris seems to not care about anything that isn't immediately factually relevant to her situation and is otherwise just displeased by everyone's presence. And Anselm's new best friend is Gin.
Oh yeah. After the story done. Oh yeah. We when we first got here, we got attacked by Aubrey.
Upon saying that, all of them just go like, "Oh yeah, we heard about that," and just like, "Oh yeah," casually, "Oh yeah, you got attacked by Aubrey." It happens. Yeah, you know, it comes with the territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just another Tuesday, isn't it?
It's not a Tuesday. Even
Yeah.
attacked by Aubrey.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's
Grandpa.
essentially the way I would explain it is, it's Fred. It's like if a tourist comes over and is like, "Dude, I think I saw a bug and it was big," and you're like,
that happens.
"Yeah. So you have eyes. That's good. Those will help you."
Wait,
Yeah,
but Levi will actually ponder a
you
question.
won't step on them if you have one of those.
Lion said Grandpa got a little too drunk last night every night.
But Levi will ponder a question. How come he attacked me when I had the angelic bracelet on, but in my dream he didn't attack the angel? The angel actually got into the castle.
So, Ambrosia goes, "Oh, it's This is a good question. Maybe you should have someone look into that. Whereas Amherst goes, no, mother, that is a very good question. If what happened was someone angelic entering the keep as and Emrys looks over at Ansel for a brief moment. Neomancer? And Ansel like very approvingly nods. She like goes, okay, good. It's like it's one of those occasional moments that sort of seem like a decent amount of where like, yeah, Emrys and Ansel don't get along the best, but like they still have some care for each other.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not the worst relationship, you know? It's just like a very strictly like arrow ace, sex repulsed, no interest in any relationship woman with the gayest man in an arranged marriage. And they have zero shared interests. Well, besides that, they're like, yeah, I mean...
People don't want the bird that lives in the birdhouse they put outside to, like, die. Like, they want to make sure that they're, like, there and, like, the birdhouse isn't, like, broken and stuff, but, like, it's a bird in the birdhouse. I don't really care all that much, but, like, yeah.
With Amherst,
make sure it's alive.
Using the terminology that Anselm was so excitedly sharing earlier. But if this Neomancer can truly see this, the origin of the situation, then was the angelic presence perhaps not there before a decent while after the person entered the keep? This is an important detail.
I do wonder if the level of angelic presence is important, as my patron caused no issue while within the realms of the valley, but this object given directly from and blessed by an angel was angelic enough to cause concern and panic for Oboli. It may depend on the saturation of angelic presence.
Emrys kind of building off of that goes, Oboli has not previously been this aggressive. There's a reason we have kept Sorath away from the keep in her youth. And we expect that perhaps the reason why Oboli hasn't attacked you now upon entry is maybe a part of him still recognizes Raguel. That would make sense, and
oh, well, Raguel and I are no longer connected, so that would not be an issue.
Just say for the comedic moment, but Aubrey like fucking spit his drink all over the table upon hearing that.
Anselm?
No, sorry, Anselm. Yeah, there's too many similar names. I've done this to myself. So Anselm just kind of fucking spits his drink all over. What? Oh, how did that happen? What you gonna do now? Are you gonna learn new magic, or?
Oh, I have a pact already arranged with my fiance.
Ansung immediately very proudly approves of like, kind of like, yeah, that's my daughter, already secured a new warlock pack, don't need to worry, before he goes like, oh, that's good. Fiance? Is it? I have not. And he kind of, for a brief moment, looks kind of annoyed and serious. And kind of looks directly at Emrys and goes, my lady, you need to start informing me of things. Was no one going to tell me that my daughter is engaged? No one? And sits back a little frustrated with the people he lived with, understandably. Or kind of briefly comment, going, oh, that is wonderful. And who have you gotten engaged with? I'd simply hope it's an appropriate match. As he kind of directs his attention back to Sorath, probably not seeing Emrys like slowly turn just light pink with anger.
Yeah, Sorath gives a satisfied smile to Emrys. She's not looking at Anselm when she says, I am engaged to the Duke of Nordal.
You can see Anselm briefly process. Probably being like, who the fuck is the Duke of Nordal again? Like, he's going through like, okay, so Nordal, well, we controlled Nordal, so the Duke would be... And then eventually he arrives to the conclusion.
I love this silence of Empress and Sorath staring at each other.
Sorath and Empress staring at each other, and Anselm's just like...
slowly puzzling out who the fuck that is.
Like, that sounds important. I should remember that. And
you hear Levi on your left, so I go like, wait, that's Dougal's full name?
You say Dougal, and Anselm stands up quick enough, with that jogging his memory somewhat. It's quick enough that his chair like flies back with a servant like desperately trying to catch it before it like clambers into the floor. And there's a loud, aggressive "What?" that like echoes out into the room as he looks at Sorath, not with anger or frustration, but with like abject horror.
Sorath is probably like a little surprised and will like look at Anselm finally.
That man is dangerous. He is cruel. He is...
Wait, did you say cruel or cool?
Yeah, cruel.
Cool.
He is cruel. He is without morals or ethic. And he kind of like, you can see him, his leg is kind of bouncing and he's gripping the table. And kind of notices that Ambrosia is quiet. And he's just a duke. This is preposterous. This cannot happen. And
he is a prince of the Nine Hells. So I suppose his title on this plane is not quite one of major importance, but in regards to his morals, he has some, but they are not maybe on par with what most people that are good in nature and maybe lawful would determine to be adequate, but given the experiences that I have had, it is suitable.
Anselm's like stammering, just going, Emrys is sitting there looking like she's about to physically explode from blood pressure alone. And then Ambrosia just goes, I think it's a lovely match. And both of them immediately just kind of start over each other, arguing with Ambrosia. And this will be Sorat's first ever time seeing her family in an open argument.
Levi was openly mentioned. Oh, he's supposed to come here in I think 6 months if we can't break this dome.
None of them hear you.
Huh?
They are currently kind of yelling over each other, and while Ambrosia's just sitting there sipping a glass of heartfruit mead, just waiting for them to get it out of their systems.
Sorath kind of gently taps the table next to Levi and just, it is better to let them, I think, work through their frustration. I've not seen them like this before. It is quite intriguing.
Oh, really? I usually see families argue all the time.
No, they are used to passive-aggressively making each other's lives more annoying, rather than maybe canceling certain events or showing up before the other. Like it, I have never seen them yelling at her before.
Oh,
and I don't.
Maybe
not
this is
think
time
it
they're
will.
getting closer.
I do not think it will. You do not get anything from my grandmother by yelling. It's just not really how anything works. It is quite intriguing though and entertaining. I've never seen them like this before.
I love how Sorath and Levi discussing. There's the party just sitting there at family dinner while Sorath's parents and grandmother fight. And it's just like when you're visiting a friend and the family gets into an argument and you're sitting there eating and okay.
Sorath at least is in a fine mood. She doesn't seem distressed by it at all. She's just cool. So she hopes that puts the rest of the group at ease, because she told them this gonna be weird.
Yeah.
Her family's weird. So she's yeah, it's and she's surprised by it, but she's not put off or anything.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's clear that they care a lot more about this than they've cared about almost anything as a pair. Anselm can get loud and into yelling match about stuff. Usually not at Emrys or Ambrosia, mainly because he's just this doesn't work, I don't bother. But it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world if he raised his voice at one of them if they pissed him off enough. This is the loudest you've ever heard Emrys.
Mm-hmm.
So they take a bit of a moment. Ambrosius says absolutely nothing. Just continues drinking and eating. Not really looking at them, just kind of looking at Sorath with a very warm, supportive smile.
Sorath will give a small nod of acknowledgement, but kind of look at the party. It's thank you for attending this dinner. I hope you're enjoying the food. My family chefs are quite talented.
Oh, see, 1 to 10, where would the food be on Levi's palate?
I would say this is... It comes a lot down to how much Levi enjoys this food. It is expertly made.
Mm-hmm.
This, you probably figure that whoever is head chef here is more a more talented chef than any other, like, big kitchen chef you've ever encountered. I do not remember what the fucking guy you created on the spot, what his name is.
Bob?
No, I don't think he was Bob, because
no.
There are limits to how many NPCs.
Billy the cook.
Yeah.
Billy the cook, yeah.
Like, you would say that guy, like, his food, there's more to that, but he makes it. There's, like, a different set of skills to being a chef that makes food, or being a chef that has, like, 50 other people working on the same thing as him. This is probably the highest quality food you've gotten from that type of kitchen. Which tells you that the person who's head chef here is probably really fucking good at their job, and the average talent of this kitchen must be insane.
Ooh, Sora, do you think I could get lessons from your kitchen staff?
I do not see why not. And I am glad she finds the food tasty again. It is, I always enjoyed eating and growing up. So
So bad that you still can't taste food, though.
I'll say.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Did you mention that?
Would Ambrosia hear that?
You figure that Ambrosia would probably not hear anything you guys are saying until two people stop yelling into her ears, but you assume that Ambrosia will hear it the second someone tells her about it, because the staff definitely do. And anything you guys are saying right now is going to be reported to Ambrosia anyways, so...
Zorath is just gonna move on from it then, just be like, okay. I am glad you can, see what, cuisine I grew up with in the valley. So, I am pretty used to trying foods and tastes from a pretty wide region. We are not based purely on what is produced in the valley, or we would be quite bored of the same few crops that we can manage to grow.
I'll say the yelling kind of begins to die down.
Oh, beer.
As they kind of like seem more like they run out of steam than that anyone gets less upset at what's happening. Anselm does not sit down. Instead takes the napkin that he's like neatly tucked into his sort of coat and kind of pulls and chucks it at his chair and goes, "Well, this has been a lovely dinner. I sadly do not believe I am hungry much more. I am sure I will see all of you later. But I believe I have somewhere else to be right now." Kind of angrily shoves his chair into the table. Seems kind of almost like overwhelmed in the way he's angry at the moment. As he goes to turn, like, he goes to leave, kind of hesitates for a bit. I am going to roll. This is a roll for autism, by the way.
Roll for autism?
Yeah, I nat one the save against it. So, as frustrated as Anselm is in this current moment, and angry, and as much as he just wants to get out of this dinner so he doesn't have to deal with the annoying family politics that is happening here, he still can't help himself go. And, Gin, was it, if you have an interest, I'm sure we could, peruse some of the, various bestiaries and stuff I have a bit of a collection, as it is an interest of mine. And, like, as his... kind of, like, couldn't let go of the need to essentially ask, like, hey, Gin, do you want to look at monsters afterwards? And then once he's finally said that, and Gin responds, let it be on the record, Gin responds, oh, hell yeah, I'm glad to. Immediately upon that being, like, resolved, like, okay, I've done the thing I wanted to do, he immediately just goes back to being fully angry, kind of looks about the room a little, and then just storms out. Ray sits down still a little while longer. Ambrosia goes, well, that was exciting, was it not? What about the rest of you? I have not heard from all of you yet. He smiles, kind of looking at this point at mostly Flinkin, Risuk, and Gunther. I'm gonna have Gunther extremely in character. Just try to ignore that. And Gunther, I don't think Jewel would be opposed to me saying that Gunther's gonna do their best to not to like divert as much of attention away from themselves during this extremely tense family dinner, and not have someone try and pry into who he is and what he's all about. That does make sense.
Well, there's not much to say about me. I'm just merely an extension of Sorath over here. Think of me as nothing but air. As you would.
Give me a deception check.
Deception. Disgrace. It's a 19 for that one. Shall we make it?
I will say that... Give me an insight check. So you can see. I mean, you never know if you've deceived someone, you know?
21.
She seems to very much accept what you're saying, though you feel like she's more just playing along.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like you probably didn't fool her, but that she doesn't see a need to press you for anything, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you? Your name was Risuk Talus, was it not? Yes.
That is correct. Sorry if I haven't been as present over the course of our travels. I've discovered that I might be under some sort of ailment of arcane nature, and it's become kind of exceedingly more concerning as the travels into the center of Pleasant Valley have progressed.
I am sorry to hear that. I am certain that the people in our employ could be of assistance.
He's turning white.
Ambrosia kind of like looks to think for a little bit. Goes, Emeris, ist Is that lady here still? Sorath's tutor? Hyacinth, I believe? Still here? And Emrys kind of like snaps out of her angered, viewed state and goes, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. And yeah, it's quite clear to Sorath that Emrys is really off her game right now.
Yeah, and I feel like Sorath would speak up when Emrys is like, what? Is Mr. Nixdancer still an employee?
Oh, yes, I believe so, yes. You can see that Emrys is like fidgeting a little. And Ambrosia just continues on and says, well, I believe she would be a candidate for someone to ask, and if you are looking for further information, then you can always check in with the library. Here we have a decent amount of literature on the arcane, and our library is quite knowledgeable of its contents.
Sorath is gonna try to downplay how much she knows about Hyacinth and say that Miss Nixdancer is quite knowledgeable of curses, I do believe. And yes, our librarian will at least know where to find resources related to your situation.
Thank you for your recommendation, Your Highness.
Yeah.
I will so this is something that has not come up properly in discussion, but I think I've talked with Sale once about. You say that, Ursiuk, and immediately Emrys just kind of snaps her attention to you with this look of disbelief. Like she is kind of like, she looks at you with, and you just feel, you can hear her, almost her voice in your head being like, the audacity. And you don't know what you just did. You don't know what you did wrong. And I want Sorath to give me an insight check.
I was gonna say Sorath would immediately, like, speak up. Nat 20.
Okay,
Oh.
So something that you catch that kind of is off-putting to you. Ambrosia immediately goes to, like, that would be, I am simply a regent. Highness is, my grandfather Aubry. And it's common for her to just kind of brush aside things. But Sorath, you notice that she's pleased about it.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't necessarily surprise her.
In a way that's kind of makes you feel like Ambrosia's always liked, status and power. But this has more of a vibe of like, oh, is a power grab happening?
Yeah.
And it feels imminent, like something is happening currently. And that's kind of like that's not usual.
Yeah.
Some fuckery is going on.
It doesn't surprise her, but it is new information.
Yeah.
And I feel like,
It's the same kind of like... It's the same thing as when she kind of seemed very satisfied when essentially all of you guys fit her existing information. It's like, okay, I planned things out correctly.
Rizik would say, like, my apologies for any offense. I did not know the proper decorum for addressing.
So out of character and something that Sora probably can explain later is essentially it's kind of weird in principalities because everyone kind of just has the same title of prince or princess.
Mm-hmm.
But this is kind of like, you know, if you're at a private dinner with a prince and you refer to him as king.
No, I know. Rizik would not have known.
That is usually language you use when you're like trying to encourage a coup. And Emra's like, what the fuck? And Ambrosia, being the more sensible one of them in terms of like rules and rituals, being like, they're not as big a deal, mistakes will happen. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Sorath would then like speak. It is no fault of yours for not knowing the hierarchy of our domain. It is not quite clear to everyone that is simply in somewhat of a new vicinity.
Yeah.
But now you know.
Yes. Along these lines, I also know that kind of taps his chest, like you can hear the clang. I apologize for wearing armor within the castle as I do such. It is bound to me.
Barsha just nods and goes, oh, there will be no fault of the circumstances you exist in.
Thank you.
Oh, I would have to question.
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking for our friend Taklug. Will you guys happen to know where he's been?
Barsha kind of looks to Embers, as Embers kind of is the one who actually runs things. Embers is just in charge. Embers just goes, Takluk is Anselm's friend, right? Yes. It has not been by any time lately. I believe I would have been informed if they were. They tend to be quite well announced whenever they visit.
They had spoken with me on their way into the valley several months ago, which would have been half that time here.
About
assuming...
a third that time.
Sorry. Would have been a third of that time here. So it would have been somewhat recent. And that is very odd that they have not been too consumed to your knowledge. As they were planning to meet with you, particularly. Mother.
Well, they have not come by. So.
Thank you. It is quite odd.
Iris kind of like looks around for a bit. Goes, this has been a delightful dinner. I believe I should get to my work. And she stands up and definitely like not an appropriate time to leave. It is rude to leave the table before whoever is the regent leaves the table. Which, like, Anselm doing that's not a big surprise. Emery's doing it is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Ambrosia just looks at her. You are excused then, daughter. I will remain seated a little longer. I still believe I have some cakes to partake of. She kind of pulls her fingers a little excitedly as some servants bring over some more cake for her. And Emrys leaves the room without looking at anyone. Wait.
He's gonna mention the door.
Mention the door? What?
Oh no, I thought that I was just gonna make pause something random. That we made that long pause.
I feel like Sorath would speak up then. Sorry. And
space is open for everyone.
Yeah, I feel like she would ask, Grandmother, do you know what happens to cause the valley to descend to this plane?
We have tried our best to find out what information we could. We figured, simply, logically, that the origin likely was Aubry, as much is around here. The leading hypothesis is that something upset Aubry. And perhaps the desire to contain things. It is difficult to say. It's been hard to get much information. Even I cannot safely search the keep anymore. Simply entering is enough a risk to take. But with your dreaming friend confirming our hypothesis, I believe that is a good avenue to pursue. I believe, perhaps, that the next course of action that would make sense is that to get to whatever happened within that keep, perhaps it is best to try and figure things of the origin of the Pleasant Valley situation as a whole.
Yes, that is what I am planning to look into.
Ambrosia sits very quietly for a moment, finishes one of her cakes. And then she sits up in a way that Sorath is familiar with, as well as everyone else who works here. It's subtle, it's just the way she rises from her slightly hunched position. And every staff member immediately leaves the room. And essentially Ambrosia has signaled that she would like this conversation to not be heard by as many. And as the staff very quickly leave, the more perceptive of the party can probably hear the sound of people not just leaving the room, but footsteps down the hallways. They're like vacating this area of the manor. Rosha sighs ever so slightly. Goes, for the general safety of everyone, there have been certain secrets I have kept about the valley, such as, and I must admit that it is perhaps poor of me to have done it, but I do know where the supposed devil was kept, as I was still young when the family still talked about that. I elected to keep this information to myself, largely to keep people from wandering over. I have only been there once myself, and simply out of curiosity in my youth. And I could not find any way to get into it. But if you so desire, that might be something to consider. Well,
It is something we are willing to go into.
I do not know much about it. All I know is that, and she reaches, like for a chain that's around her neck, that kind of like a necklace that she's keeping under her clothes, pulls it out, and there's this golden amulet that you have seen before. And but she doesn't wear it openly much, but you have seen it before. It looks almost looks like a tiny dinner plate out of gold that is very smooth, shiny, polished on the front, and the back has a quite intricate pattern, but it doesn't really look pretty. So every time you've seen her wear it, she's worn it with the shiny side out, and when worn like that, it just looks like a lump of gold. Not really impressive compared to most of the jewelry Ambrosia wears. Takes it out and holds it up, kind of somewhat like not gesturing you for you to hurry, but more like in a come here type way to Sora technically, but more just to the group, essentially for someone to come and grab it. She's holding
Sora will grab it.
She'll place it in your hand and go. All I know is that this was apparently tied to it, and that it. I went there to figure out if I could, learn a little about the situation I'd been placed under. And this is the key. It opened the door, and after that, I could not get any further.
I see.
Wait, like a force stopped you, or you just?
Oh no, this key opened the door, and then when I got through that door, there was a second door, and I simply lacked a second key.
Okay.
My memory is hazy, but I do believe that there was a silver one.
I see. Do you know if this was something that Oberly himself put into place, or if it was your father?
I know nothing about the chambers where the devil is supposed to be sealed, or necessarily these amulets, but I received this from Aubery. I believe my father had one in silver, though I scarcely remember him much anymore, but I seem to remember him having a similar one. My mother wore it for quite some time, I believe, and I don't think I've seen it since.
Could it have been buried with them?
So
It would not
seriously?
surprise me if it was buried with either of them. I have not gone through the effort of digging up my parents' graves.
I would not want to either.
But if it's something that you believe would help, you feel free to. Do not think me callous. It's simply been too many centuries. Over time, your memory of people, it's what should I say? It fades. I am sure they were great parents, but and if they were, I am sure they would want their graves dug up if it could help the family.
Alright, like, we could go grave digging. Let's go. Legal grave digging.
If you so desire, I can have some attendants direct you there, though Sorath would be quite familiar with our mausoleum.
I am.
So for context, and also
there are two or three.
So there are in this family, there have technically only been 3 deaths in this family since Aubery's generation. Aubery's wife, who was buried in essentially in a private graveyard that Aubery would go to a lot. And when Aubin, which is Aubery's son, and Sorath's great-grandmother, when his wife died, she was buried in the same location. And then Aubin died. And upon his death, those two, where Aubin was buried in the same place, and a mausoleum, like a crypt, was built over them. They're kind of buried beneath the building. In the same way of like how saints or significant religious figures sometimes were buried beneath churches or beneath cathedrals. So Ambrosia has essentially given you the go-ahead to like demolish the floor of a like close to 1,000-year-old historical site to dig out and see if you can find where the bodies were beneath it.
Treasure.
Yeah.
So there's only a gold and a silver key, yes? There's not a third one?
If there is more keys, then I can faintly remember a silver key. If there is more, then I have no idea where they would be or where they would have ended up, but it is possible.
I see. Sorath would kind of go up to Ambrosia and kind of keep her voice low.
Mm-hmm.
And I do wish to meet with you at some time to discuss Sorath kind of struggles to figure out how to word what she wants to say for a second. A development from my time away.
I'm certain we could find the good time to discuss whatever is on your mind, Sherry. He kind of pinches your cheek a little, which hurts quite a bit because Sorath is so skinny that there really isn't much to grab other than just straight into the muscle and pulling on it.
Yeah.
Just pinching the bone.
Yeah.
Pinch the bone. Hey, Oti, quick question. Oh, never mind. Go.
Yeah.
It is quite urgent, I believe, but
in that case, you could accompany me to my chambers after we've finished this wonderful dinner, as I believe neither my daughter or son-in-law seemed up to the task today.
Good. Sorath will probably go and sit down again.
What is your question, Panda?
I was gonna question locate object. So you said, will I be able to look for the object if I could describe it as,
Yeah.
Even if I never
seen essentially, you have to describe it, and as I think, if you described a silver amulet that looks like a tiny, shiny dinner plate, there isn't that big of a chance that there are a bunch of other items like that.
Yo, big brain.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also curious, this anti-scrying field would block this?
I mean, an anti-scrying field would probably block scrying. If it's a place that's protected fully from divination magic, then it would probably stop it. Y'all don't know if there's an anti-scrying field or whatever it was. Y'all just know that there's a shit ton of magic here.
Mm.
Like, having some sort of divination protection is definitely a good thing to assume that some of the magic is, though.
Yeah. Especially this is only a second level spell, so.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, with that, Ambrosia's just kind of finishing her cakes. If there's anything anyone else wants to do or say on this moment, feel free to.
We haven't done a break.
No, we have not.
No, I mean, to be fair, it was a full dinner, right?
Yeah.
It
I was
was no way
considering
to, like,
taking a
cut in
break at some point during the dinner, and then I kind of forgot. So
You like that?
It was first session back in a while. It happens.
yeah, I do not have my D&D routines set up correctly, apparently.
Mm.
And I feel like there's been enough time to kind of like go get
Yeah.
up and stretch, maybe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In that case, we can take a little break. At least it's not as bad as the fucking... I think it was the Pseudo-Old Beast session where I took... No, there was another session where... It was a
Was it
session we were like
now?
7.5 hour long session where I took the break. I took a break at like an hour and a half into it because like I don't know if this session's gonna be that long. And then we continued for like 6 more hours after.
We were busy causing Salem family drama.
True.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Watching a
locked in.
telenovela.
Well, yeah, let's take a little break. Have some snack, and you know we'll pick back up in like 10 minutes, and we'll see how much more we do. It's kind of up to y'all how much y'all want to do. So yeah. Yippee!
Yep. Yeah.
The way things turned out, let's go. I didn't have to do a bunch of transphobic grammar RP just yet. Yippee!
Soon though.
Madja,
probably
are
happen
you
at some
talking to
point.
us or are you muted?
Muted.
I think it was
My
yes.
mic broke.
They were talking to us and they're muted.
Oh no. There
I don't know why it muted. That's weird.
There you go.
we go.
It's fine. Oolong just ate all the sound.
Nom nom nom.
But I was saying, how does Jewel play? How does Jewel do it? How does Jewel play an emotionally destroyed character? Because I'm like, I want to engage so much, but I can't because my character would not be in it.
I mean, if you want to engage, but you want to play it as like an emotionally distraught character, you can just figure out like, okay. But are there any ways where like this character could do that, but still come up in that way? Not every. Trust me, there are some people, and from that, obviously, some characters that process negative emotions in very different ways.
Yeah.
So, and Gunther is a very like self-isolating character. Who knows?
Me.
And so far, we have seen that like Ryuk's main response whenever he's having a shit time is he just goes overkill into problem-solving mode and just tries to find problems, then fix problems, then find problems, then fix problems. So there are definitely ways you could make the character be more actively interacting and still be very true to that. Keep in mind, like, sure, the character matters a lot, but it matters more that you get to do the things you want to. So feel free to shape the characters around what you want. Like, the character themselves, like, they're not a sacred thing.
Yeah.
See?
I have so many notes. God damn it.
Yeah.
I've been off my note-taking game for a while, so me, like, redoing my notes and everything, I'm like, oh, fuck. There's so many notes.
Also, I'm really happy you were here, Lion, because it's really... I already knew so well that Anselm was gonna get along with Gin so well, because they are kind of similar people in some ways. Yeah, dude is a massive, like, nerd about monsters. He is, like, the hobby he took up when he couldn't adventure anymore is now he does like botanics and stuff, and is very familiar with like the academic level knowledge about poisons. So yeah, definitely someone I think Gin could have fun with, you know?
I'm glad I had Rizyuk do the slip of saying highness.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Because I know it was Princess Regent, not like Queen.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that to bring in that, like, what would the reaction be out of character? That was my reason for doing it. In character is like Rizyuk is a little frazzled and also trying to be as courteous as he can be in the moment.
Yeah.
He's trying to appease and would flub it.
Rizyuk is just desperately like, I can't fuck up anything else. If I make a single more mistake, I'm gonna fucking crumble.
Yeah.
So everything needs to be perfect.
But hey, we got some information from that.
Yeah. And yeah. I will say
to kill Abari?
I can say all now that like that's a big deal. The reason Abari like stopped and looked at Gin because Gin had fucking like a drake on their lap, and they're like, "Ooh, that's cool." Then I looked at. I keep fucking up the names. I'm sorry.
I said Albury right before you were talking about it, so
yeah. I did this to myself.
Yep.
I very much did this to myself.
Oh.
Partly.
Families
You did it
want
to
to
me a
have
little
fun.
bit.
I
Because you were part of us naming the characters, but I did end up picking the names. I'm pretty sure for.
I think you picked Anselm's name.
I picked Anselm's name. You picked, because I know you picked Ambrosia. You picked Emrys. And I think I was the one who's like settled on Aubery and Aubin.
But I was very like.
Yeah, because you were working with, and the idea was like we wanted 2 names that started with AU because of gold, because we're nerds, and yeah. Then
Also
Anselm,
French.
I won't do because like he's gonna have this kind of name because he's from this type of region.
Yeah.
So I've done this to myself, but Salem helped.
Haha.
So yeah.
Yeah, Sora's gonna meet up with your dad tonight. It's crazy. Alright, have fun.
Gin is
I think he's your type.
Gin is essentially when
type,
like
though.
you like dads who are like obsessed with trains. They have like model train that it's like when you bring over friends and one of your friends is like extremely autistic about trains, and that's like, oh my god, you're perfect. Wanna come see my trains? That's what's happened here.
Yeah.
Sora brought home a friend that matches her dad's special interests of monster hunting, fighting, exploring, violence, and poison.
Joke about it all you want. You're not a buff bear. He's not into you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the post real quick. I'll be back in like 5
Oh.
minutes or so.
Yeah, joke all you want. You gotta be a bear to get a chance at that one.
Well,
Lincoln's a bear.
Anselm isn't necessarily like the one who goes for the bears. He wants punks. He's into like bodybuilders.
Ah, my bad.
And
Big.
That's the one who just like, I don't care. I just want them to be large.
Yeah, that's right.
Dwarf me,
And in
please.
charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, large and in charge. I mean, mood. Given you are taller, but I don't think you're like bodybuilder status.
Yeah, Gin's twinkiness, and also the fact that, like, Gin is what, like, 45 years younger? Anselm's not gonna have any interest there.
Not with that attitude.
Anselm's always liked older men. So...
Real.
Anselm's thing is a big pile of muscle who is, like, more experienced than me. Like, that's the vibe, you know? And,
Nice.
Gin is primarily just a long boy.
Long.
Long, long man.
I was just thinking of that and just, like, having that, but it's art of Gin fully stretched out, and it's just, like, slowly pans over the entire image. And it just never ends. The tail just never ends.
Wonk! We love to see Wonk again.
Wonk.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, your baby face is a turn off for Anselm.
Like a less buff Sin.
If I were to describe the type of person that Anselm would be, like, physically attracted to at this current moment, because Anselm's 61, he'd want someone who's older, buff, and someone who he feels like, oh, they know so much about the world, they've experienced so many things. Dude would probably have, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger as his celebrity crush. Like, that's what he's looking for.
What about in the party?
No one
We're
here is decently over 61. Erisiuk would be the closest, like, in body shape wise, but I'm sorry, unless you're planning to retcon Risiuk's age to be, like, 50 years older.
My age. You're retconning my age. That's my.
Oh, are you saying that you always were 70 something?
No. I'm saying what I'm saying
Turning
is you're.
white.
Remember?
He's turning white.
I'm not fucking with your age. I'm just fucking with whatever ethnicity you'll have to report on the census report.
Yeah, like we already have to put 1% white or 2% white now.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be. That's a high percentage.
Well, I think it was what, one finger or two, or
It's not a full finger even. It's the first two joints on the pinky finger, and I believe one toe.
Toe.
1%.
That's not 1%.
For like a.
That's probably not too far off, but yeah.
I'm getting there though.
Yeah.
I really want to mention Gideon to Emrys, but it's difficult. That's a tough thing to tread. That is a very, like, it opens so much up, but at the same time, that's a lot of information given.
To Emrys or
just
to
by knowing
Ambrosia?
Emrys and like in play, because doesn't Emrys or
So Emrys, Sorath's mom, is the one who, like, she kind of, like, manages shit more. But Ambrosia's the one who's in charge. She's the one who kind of, like, has all the power and is in control. And Emrys is also a relatively locally minded person. she doesn't really care much about anything that happens beyond Pleasant Valley because she doesn't see that as her responsibility. She doesn't really care about things that aren't her responsibility.
I think I misinterpreted the thing about her being more likely to hire like mages and stuff.
Oh, she's more likely to hire mages for her interests in Pleasant Valley. And she's also interested in mages because she is a very adept mage.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very, very talented mage.
Yeah, which is why I was wondering to mention, but I'm like, mentioning
Yeah.
Gideon is a little bit of a give, like the fact that we know him by
It
name.
is highly likely that she has, on several occasions, met Gideon in his persona as Grunfrid von Rasiel. Because she was learning magic and developing magic before Gideon even adopted that persona. Which means that when she was working things out, that means she was an adept high-class mage when he was the scroll keeper of the biggest library of spells.
Yeah, if I keep it without mentioning his current alias and keep it of when I met him as a child, that would actually help us, would not give too much away.
You very much doubt that she would know at all who Gideon Gottes. Because that doesn't seem to be a name that many people know. He was using that name specifically in terms of his ties to the Wencashed royal family as a representative of a dragon cult, essentially. So, also, feel free to turn this into a podcast, Mel. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Oh, we already learned everything you needed to know about Crystal. That she's always horny. She's very horny.
Yep.
Wow, we've learned so much.
Imagine that. We're learning how deep. We're learning how deep that hole goes. Honestly, that was not on purpose, Phil. I'm not gonna lie.
I know, that's why I laughed.
I was about to say sex my beloved, because I always say that after something iconic, but sex really isn't my beloved. It's Crystal's beloved, though.
Yeah.
You're so base, Daisy. For context, chat, Lion said it on my behalf.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we have that much stuff left for the session. It's mostly just space for people to get done with stuff they want to get done, do stuff they want to do, and of course, Sorath maybe having a bit of a conversation with their grandma and links. But
what do you mean? I get to dig up Sorath's family's grave.
You probably aren't doing that right now.
That's what you think.
Partly because Sorath knows where the mausoleum is, and usually it takes at least I would say the better half of a day to get there. So yeah.
Alright.
It's somewhere Sorath has visited a decent amount of times, and it's always okay, we're going on a day trip. Where? To mausoleum. It's oh, so we're gonna sit in a carriage for 8 hours, see a building that doesn't have anything in it, and then leave and be in a carriage for 8 hours again. Great.
You betcha.
Love that. So yeah. essentially, I'm thinking we run the session until it is night time and people, like, the characters head off to sleep. And just whatever y'all want to do with the rest of the session. After all, it is kind of late. It was a later dinner. So.
You're kind of late.
Oh, okay.
For kind of dinner.
You're kind of a late dinner. Wait. Pause.
You're kind of an afternoon too.
You're kind of an 11sies.
Yeah.
You're kind of a breakfast brunch.
If people are ready to start again, we can do that.
I don't know if Matcha's back.
Ooh.
They went to go check the mail. Oh.
Here, Matcha says, whoa.
I went to test the...
What?
Up.
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Yep.
Okay.
Wanted to test out rest and stuff.
But yeah, if people are all good to start up again, then we can start up again. So,
But yeah, I was listening.
there is a little bit of stuff happening, there's like a little bit of time before Ambrosia will leave, because she's kind of just finishing her cakes. And then Sorath is probably leaving with her. I'm gonna go have a conversation, so if anyone had anything they want to do, ask Ambrosia before she, like, is done eating, I guess. Y'all can do that.
Oh.
It's fine if y'all don't.
I guess...
She is the one who's difficult to talk to, though. She's the fucking... She's the one Sorath has told y'all to not reveal information to.
Oh,
Yep.
can I reveal even more?
You can. You are physically able of doing that.
Shows her my dick.
Hey, so here's this table of the dick size of all of us and every person
No.
we've ever had a conversation with.
You know, there was this door we closed. Somewhere down in a...
God, shut the fuck up.
Imagine.
Ross would like kill you on the spot, and she would not give a shit.
I want to do it. It would cause so much problems, but it would be so much fun.
Oh my
Sorath
God.
would kill you and Gunther would hell.
Yep.
It would be so much fun to cause this problem right here,
It would
right
be
now.
really
though.
funny if the way Levi dies is just Sorath and Gunther beat him to death because he, like, kept trying to reveal information. But yeah. So, does anyone have anything they want to say to Ambrosia? Or, like, discuss with her?
Or
us?
Thorath.
Or Sorath. Sorath is also gonna leave for a bit. After dinner.
Neater.
Dinner.
Wiener, chicken dinner.
Can I? You probably already tried to look for the second key in this house already, right?
I have undergone quite an extensive search multiple times. I've checked here, I've checked lots of our properties, and
I actually didn't want to waste my time using locate object going up and down the hallways.
although, do not worry. If it is in this mansion, we will find it already. So. On that hand, though, I figure that there are at least some of you who are talented in magical arts, and I feel free to use whatever magic you feel is necessary. Just refrain from doing too much damage to anything.
Besides the bottom of the mausoleum.
I mean,
within.
It's an old building and...
It is empty after all.
Yes. It is...
We can always build another.
I've always thought it was quite unimpressive. Thus it is inconvenient to have to travel so far.
So, I do not feel we need to worry about making a new one anytime soon.
No. It's... I have considered moving it several times, and this might as well be the reason I do so.
Do you think this devil would be something that would be a legend?
And I'm quite sure they are real. However, whether or not they truly are sealed away the mountain edge, that I cannot confirm.
Oh, I just wanted, because if I could, I was wondering because if a spell called like Legend Lore would work. That's basically honestly the reason.
I am not that familiar with the functioning of that magic, but if it can get you information about something, I'm certain it would be useful. I mean, it is a notable historic event. And it is certainly a mythologized location. And also, yes, this means that you guys have been whitelisted for magic.
Yo!
Fireball!
Oh, wait, so I could now use scrying in here?
Likely you can cast magic within certain parameters. Like, you're probably allowed to cast scrying. There are probably places in the mansion you can't scry on, but...
I cast Nathay's mischief.
But there are certain types of magic that the house is warded against, not to like prevent that magic from happening, but to significantly lessening its effectivity.
God.
It's stuff like, you know, while in this house, fireballing something might not set the entire house on fire. It's a pretty good magical protection to have. Yeah. I'll say Risu could definitely take some time to look into like the way the house is warded later, and very easily learn that there aren't that many like, oh, counter all of these types of magic, because that would be ludicrously difficult to set up and would need constant maintenance.
Yeah.
But essentially, cast a spell in here, and it will be noticed. Like, essentially, it's got like a magic log system.
Does it log like what type of magic, or just that?
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Got it. This is
you can have it with advantage, because
I'm
I'm assuming you would ask someone to help out with stuff. You do have other people that know stuff about magic in this group.
Dirty 20.
I
mean, I
had a D4 for bless as well, because we can assume that would be aided as well.
24.
Yeah, I'll say that it will log. It's not really log the spell. It will log like the ether profile, because like in a way spells are social contract. There isn't a spell called fireball, but it's very easy to say, oh, that is a fireball. There are different ways of casting that, but essentially the way you can tell what a spell is by seeing the way the ether is pulled and moved and reshaped by it. So it logs that. So essentially it tells you what spell, it tells you when it was cast and where it was cast, and it tells you who casted it.
Got it.
Probably this information would not be something that could stay for like very long times unless they have someone actively committed into like scribing all of this down. So it's not like this ward would like have a registry of every spell that has ever been cast in this mansion, but you know, it's like security cameras. You delete the tapes after a certain amount of time. So now you know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was no other interactions anyone wanted to have with Ambrosia or Sorath before Sorath leaves with Ambrosia. And then we can kind of like split people up a little again.
I guess the only question
Split the party
for Sorath would be, so the mage that I'm going to try to get a hold of, what was their name again?
Well, she's more of a scholar, but Hyacinth Nixtensa, you could contact her. I can arrange a meeting with her tomorrow for you.
Hyacinth. Got it. And if I might need to... if I may need to inquire from your mother more, if it doesn't lie under something Hyacinth might know.
You could speak to staff about arranging a meeting with Mother. And that would be the easiest course of action. She is not quite fond of me right now, so you might want to arrange it on your own.
Okay.
To be fair, I don't think she's fond of any of us.
Yes, but I am.
I think fortunately for Risyuk, I think Risyuk and Gunther are the ones she has the least against, because they haven't said or done anything yet.
I only gave her information.
I did say, Your Highness.
Yeah, though she wasn't necessarily upset, but more in like a you that's not how you do that. Like, you can't do that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
She's autistic. Okay. She follows rules.
Yeah. And the second Ambrosia essentially went like, don't worry about it. They don't know all this stuff. Essentially, Emrys sometimes struggles a little with like other people don't necessarily know all the things I know.
Mm-hmm.
Other people don't necessarily have all of the experiences I have. Like, she has some issues there, so the fact that you fucked it up is like, oh, but that's so obvious and it's extremely wrong, whereas Ambrosia's the one like, look at the boy. Look at him. He's spent his entire life in a room full of smoke, hitting metal with a hammer. He hasn't been court trained. It's fine. He didn't mean anything.
The fact that he's trying is enough.
Yeah. Essentially, Ambrosia has the know to be like, this kid's not trying to like do political games here.
Just Sorath, if I do somehow get a meeting with Emrys, could I talk to you about any advice when talking to her? we'll let that come up when it comes up, but they're a little intense. The situation is a little intense.
Simply be direct about what it is you want, and she will either answer or direct you to someone else.
Okay. And I'm not to mention anything that has happened between me meeting
I am
you
going
and
to just
before
right
us
now
getting-
interject and allow you to retract what you just said because Ambrosia is still in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, that could have been through telepathy.
I mean, you can say it through telepathy if you want.
Yeah, that part, just giving a knowing nod, like nothing between when I met you and when we got here. Or when we got to the valley.
I mean, I feel like Sorath might not acknowledge it because she's talked about it before. She's not as worried about Emrys knowing stuff, but she kind of stated the rules. Not the rules, but like...
The main reason to not tell Emrys stuff is that it can be difficult to tell Emrys stuff without Ambrosia having some way of also getting to that information.
Yeah. It's best just not to talk about anything that gives Ambrosia information on what we did after Labelle. Because she doesn't know, so she can't use it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Sorath would have talked about that. What?
Oh yeah, Sorath. Where does your staff stay? I wanted to visit him, see if he knew where Tacklick Woods was. Maybe Tacklick's seen him.
Where is who?
Your father.
Well, I assume you can ask staff, once we are dismissed. And they can direct you and Gin to his quarters. He did invite Gin to meet with him, so they will be expecting that.
I feel like Sorath would also be quite confident in maybe recommending waiting a day or so before anyone talks.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like maybe Gin, she wouldn't be against being like, yeah, I'd go see him because he just wants to be autistic with you. But like, yeah. Talking about anything other than reading from bestiaries is most likely not a good idea for today. But I am sure tomorrow he may have time to have cooled down.
Yeah. And I know Gin also wants to like have Anselm look at the fucking leaf. And help out with that. That would probably not be a good idea, because that's another. Anselm is the type of person to be like angry, and then go to like, no, I'm just gonna go fucking do something else, and then because he's angry, he'll fuck it up, and then he'll get more angry and keep doing the thing, and just fuck it up more and more. So.
Just gotta let him tire himself.
Yeah. Because, like, if he's upset and then goes to wash the dishes, and then because he's upset, he, like, ends up breaking a cup, and he's like, fuck! And now he's more angry, so he's washing the dishes worse, and now he's gonna break something else, and it just spirals. So, he's probably not gonna be a very productive person in any capacity. Till he's like,
yeah, he's
slept.
probably gonna like misremember something and then get upset about it, and then have to go look at books and not find the right book and then get upset.
Yeah, and if he fucks up the very delicate like extraction of the leaf, like that thing's, he could ruin it if he's not on his A game, which is the risk when you're working with ingredients, So yeah.
Oh shit, I accidentally ate the leaf. I bet.
That would be
Wait,
very
you talking
bad.
about that leaf? I accidentally used it in some fried rice.
Oh no.
We fucking love spicing our fried rice with neurotoxin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of spice, right?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Some spices, make it like difficult to breathe with how spicy they are. These just shut off your lungs.
Oh, yeah.
like spice cheating.
It's just a fun kind of high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess then Sorath and Ambrosia eventually depart, and Ambrosia kind of gets up and requests for Sorath to lead them to their chambers. Also, yeah, Lion did just say a kick you can only experience once, which true.
I mean, some people chase that high for whatever.
Well,
Their whole lives.
You don't need to chase it. You won't have time to. But yeah. So, Sorath and Ambrosia probably depart, leaving y'all here with the food. Staff kind of returns to the area, but
we're finally able to eat in peace.
Yeah. Guys now have the option of either just, I don't know, fucking about, getting more food. You can go do whatever. It is getting later in, like, evening, early night. So...
I mean, I went later on. I want to go to the room and do a ritual commune.
Okay. So you go to your room, cast commune ritually. What are you going to ask?
I described the silver because I cannot remember for the life of how you described it. I'll be honest.
So think of what a dinner plate looks like, and then make it small and silver and shiny.
Awesome. I described that, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is this in the mausoleum?
Below? Below the mausoleum?
Below the mausoleum.
So... You... First of all, which god are you asking? You have previously, I believe, primarily communed with the sleeping god.
I'll do Gond.
Yeah. So, for the material component,
I'm pretty sure I have some like the statues made.
Those are the ones you use for like the good or bad spells. This one, because you ask 3 questions, it can be anything. And this isn't a spell that has a component that costs anything, I believe.
Oh yeah, it does.
So essentially, you just have to have the material component will be something that Gond can't interact with. So it has to be some sort of craft or art that Gond can interact with.
I would probably still use those statues.
Okay.
Even if it's not gonna be used, he'll probably. That's like the best,
Yeah. I have the dumbest idea. So you have these little statues of Gond, and you ask, is there a tiny, shiny silver plate, like dinner plate, underneath mausoleum? And the little statue kind of like starts moving as if it's alive, kind of scratches his head a little bit, and then shakes its head.
Okay.
So, no.
would does it happen to be in this house? I know that Ambrosia said no, but you never know. There, for some reason, it might be some stupid little place that, you know, hidden little.
The little statue still animating. It takes longer to answer. And then kind of it gives you like a no, but it looks like it's uncertain. It's halfway between a shrug and a no.
Could it be in the I decided the Aubrey's castle?
The statue very
Aubrey's...
confidently shakes its head.
Okay. So at least we don't have to go inside there and look.
It would be really funny if I put the key that will allow you to hopefully safely enter Aubrey's castle was inside Aubrey's castle. So you guys have to go in and instantly die before.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Oh wait, I thought this was the key to the devil.
Yeah,
Oh.
the reason Ambrosia was like, hey, this might be because like y'all can't go in. Like the idea is, well, if Aubrey caused this, then somehow we need to deal with Aubrey. You can't go in there because you'll die. So the best course of action, in her opinion, is maybe y'all can go to where the devil is said to be sealed and see if you can find something useful there that can help us out.
Oh, you know, if I did, okay.
AKA, what we're actually gonna do.
I
is
will allow
break the
you to.
fuck out
I
the
will
bird.
allow you to change the Isset in Aubrey's castle
Yeah.
because I
Yeah,
feel like
I
the
was
two
sort of
other
misunderstanding.
questions make sense,
Yeah.
but like
Yeah.
if it was in there, that would just mean that not anyone in the setting, but just that me, the dungeon master, is a massive fucking asshole, and I gave you guys an arc with a time limit that cannot be completed, and then everyone dies. Which would be very funny, to be fair.
What would be?
Yeah.
What would be a good third place?
Well, so far you have. It's not under the mausoleum, and it was. What I would say is that the closest way to interpret that, like the second response, is technically not in terms of whether or not it's at the house.
It's inside the house. Oh, yeah. So around the house would be better.
Or under. Is it? You could say near.
Is it near the house?
You get the same you get a technically yes.
Ooh.
So okay. So, but I got a unnecessary. It's not in the house, but it's near the house.
It is technically not in the house. It is technically near the house. Let me tell you, the silver one is in a very funky spot, and I'm really happy you asked about this.
Is it the house?
Is it the house? Is it just the house?
Yeah. So the way to solve the multiple doors puzzle. By the way, yes, that is the puzzle I showed to Jar, and then Jar told me it was impossible and to go fuck myself. The way to solve that is you have to carry the Belrose Manor. You have to carry Buckingham Palace
Also,
out
I'm
into
sorry,
the mountains.
There being 2 doors with 2 keys is why John told you to go fuck yourself.
Don't worry, Jar knows how much more stuff there is related to that.
Alright.
Trust me, I have not. It's me. It's not as complicated as here's the first key, find the other one, you're done. It is going to be a complicated mess because when do I ever manage to restrain myself and not make everything a complicated mess?
After the convene, because this is 3 questions, right? I'm pretty sure it convenes 3 questions.
Yes. 3 questions.
I have the other one prepared.
So, it's technically near the house.
It's
I
technically
hate
near.
the like. I guess, but like, that's something.
But
means
at
we
least
don't
know
have to
that-
go out to the mausoleum.
Yeah. So that was a bait. And so that means. So we still have to look around that.
I was kind of hoping that y'all wouldn't ask about the house, because it would be really funny if y'all just got 3 no's and it was like, oh shit, what if it says inside the mausoleum, not under it? Shit. But yeah.
I mean, you were also pretty nice about like pointing out that, like, I mean, technically, and I had to think about it too. So like, yeah, you pointed that out. So
well, essentially, I am trying to. So I know essentially Gon's personality, and I have to answer it as if I was Gon, and Gon's like. Essentially, I'm sitting here and be like, that's a difficult one. Well, this technically could be like this, but it could also be like this. I don't know.
What was the other spell? Because I think Crystal has this readied right now. Right?
Crystal has cards that can do some funky shit.
Maybe we could get some divination tip.
Yeah.
Of sorts.
But Mel's also getting ready to bed, so.
I mean, if
but
Mel's still listening, and Mel's in chat, so like, if Mel consents, we can do a reading and stuff. So
does she have both of them?
So
the
spells that
communicate with Mel.
Crystal can cast through the deck are Augury, Divination, and Commune.
Okay.
Can cast them as much.
She could use Commune. Oh.
Yeah, she can cast them as many times as she wants, but the reason I allow infinite casting is because of every time you cast a spell, it has a increasing 25% chance to give you an entirely random answer, and that's really funny. It's like, here, you can cast this spell infinitely, but if you cast it twice, it has a 25% chance to just give you random shit.
No worries, Mel. We were asking about possibly. So we were. Levi prayed to Gond about the location of the silver amulet that we need to find, and got like a. Technically, it's not in the mansion, and then like a technically it is near the house. So we were wondering if like possibly divination, commune, or augury for the location, possibly something like that. I'm not sure how you would do that, but like how you would want to go about it. But like looking into some magic about where the amulet is, because that would be cool. Yeah.
Also, I have your character sheet with the item open. So essentially, it works exactly the same way as Commune, except you do not get the answers in terms of like a yes/no. You get them in the form of whatever tarot card I feel best answers the question. And y'all will have to interpret based on that. So if you ask yes or no, and I give you like the Chariot, it's up to you to figure out if a horse-drawn carriage is a yes or a no.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to ask your questions a little differently. So Crystal's Commune does not need to ask questions that can be answered yes or no.
Yeah, I had to do it for Commune because Commune is what it specifically tells me.
Yeah,
but
so you probably want to word your questions a little different, but yeah.
Hi, I'm gonna use my bad microphone in bed because I can't bother to type this out. But
let's go!
One thing I wanted to find out was, could I ask a yes or no question and then like get an upturned card for yes and an upside down card for no?
No, I have considered that, but then I realized that like it is kind of funnier if it always has to, like, the idea is it always has to be interpreted, because that's so funny to me. Because if it it isn't, then this is a really, really, really powerful magic item. But the fact there have been a couple of times where y'all have used this item to ask questions and then misinterpreted the answer, and that's the funniest thing in the world to me. So
True.
All right. I'll do some thinking for a question then.
Yeah.
But yeah,
No worries.
yeah. But Levi would go tell the group after he done communing what he found out. So everyone would know stuff for Salem, for Sorath.
Yeah. Sorath will know probably eventually, you know?
Yeah, eventually. But not like, in this moment.
Okay, so
I do not.
hard questions.
Yeah. It's a hard question because it's not inside. It's technically not inside house. It's technically near the house. What? Oh, like that's because it's hard to say because I don't have like a picture of the house in my mind either.
It is fucking ginormous. It is. So.
Wait, didn't you say it was like a square and there was like a little area in the middle? Or
so the way it's shaped, remember correctly, the way I described it is that it's like two L's connected on the long top, right? So there isn't like a fully surrounded courtyard in the middle, I believe. I think that was how I described it. I don't want to bother looking through all of my architecture notes. Anyway, it looks like if you took Buckingham Palace and made it bigger. If you scaled Buckingham Palace up to where it has like 7 floors, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to get a picture because if there's like a little area in the middle, could be there, could be around or somewhere. I don't know.
I am so happy I gave you this item now.
Well, this might be something that would actually better ask Ambrosia because she would probably know the house a lot better than.
I mean, if you're just asking about like how the house is laid out, yeah, probably better to ask her or anyone or Sorath.
But yeah, it's hard because I specifically can't see it, and then my character would also know where to sort of explain at this point.
Yeah. Keep in mind, it doesn't, Crystal's commune is special because it doesn't require you to ask yes-no questions. You can ask any question, and it will just be answered with a tarot card.
Mm-hmm.
So you can ask other questions than, is it in this location? You can ask very strange questions to that deck. You could ask, what is the location it is like?
Oh, that's
yeah.
I'm so curious how you say that with a tarot card, though. But
Yeah, because then I pick whatever tarot card best describes the type of location. So.
Well, can we ask that for a picture of the house map?
I mean that there isn't a picture of the house. There isn't blueprints. This is a little before architectural planning stuff was categorized like that. But you do have at your disposal people who know the house very well. So assume that that part won't be a problem.
All right, well, this is on you. I'm trying to think, but I'm I'm just not sure where to ask questions about. Specific or near.
That is a very fun. Mel has suggested, or said, is it too vague to ask what the vibe the location it gives?
That could be a good one good question.
It is very fun. Also, this is a group effort, so even though Sora technically isn't there while this is happening, I mean, they can still contribute if they feel like they have any question or recommendation there.
Sorry, I'm mad at this. Something else. Don't worry about it.
I mean,
Man, these spells, by the way, are the bane of this party's existence.
well, for me, the problem is I can't even imagine the house, and so what areas I would look like pinpoint.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
But
Look, it's this thing, and also speak with dead that are just like, we just take 10 hours to get a question out.
Because all of y'all are very indecisive people, and y'all are very scared of like committing to the wrong line of action.
Ah, man. I mean,
it's very
to be fair, we could cast this every single day, so there's no like harm to it, even if we use it.
Have we asked a question? Sorry, I was doing
not from the cards.
Well, we should think 3. I think
I say we just need to just fucking ask something.
Well, I think the vibe is actually a good question. Yeah.
So
yeah, that's fine.
Crystal will, I guess, go for that and ask about, what are the vibes at where this little amulet is.
Oh God!
Because it's a very Crystal question, to be fair.
Does it jiggle? Real?
That's a
Do
real
it jiggle?
question.
It's very, yeah.
And then they show
Also,
a picture of money. It's because the does jiggle, it falls.
I was doing like a daily quiz thing, and it got fucking weezered, and I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Say it.
I'll say that the card you pull for what the vibes are is a reversed hermit.
What's that reverse hermit?
So a reversed hermit tends to symbolize the themes of isolation and loneliness, and withdrawing from people.
God. That's the vibe.
Is that? I wonder if that's like fucking Anselm related.
I mean, Anselm's like a very outgoing social person. He just doesn't like. Not a lot of cool people are around here. And he does spend like a decent amount of time like in Kurzunft, like socializing with people there. He is probably like one of the more popular members of the Belrose royalty because he actually like mingles. He's accessible.
So. Crystal, can you ask is it under like underground? Somewhere near Mansion?
So is that the second question y'all are going for?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure. Just check if it's underground or not. Why not?
Just for the silence of it, I'll say you draw a...
Oh, what element surrounds the item? Oh. Oh, and I was reading what Mel's typed.
Okay.
What elements?
So if y'all are committing to that, I'll say whether it's... Or do you guys want to word it as like like the elements surrounding the item? That is a little more to work with, yeah.
Yeah. I like that. I actually like that a lot more than my question.
Yeah, okay, we'll go for that. Then I can probably... I will say that for the version that you were saying, I was just gonna have you pull fool as in wrong. I'll say you shuffle the deck, you pull another card asking about the elements that surround it. And I will say... Actually, could I... There might be a better option. I'm gonna see if there is. This item is the bane of my existence as well, because, you know...
At least it's mutual.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll say that what you draw is the Hermit reversed again, presenting isolation, loneliness, withdrawal.
Cool.
So we know the key is lonely.
So,
oh my god.
The vibes of the place is like lonely. What surrounds it? Lonely. It is surrounded by the lonely. But yeah.
Is it lonely if it was a subversive?
No, so the hermit turned up. Represents something else. It represents like introspection and like inner world. Oh my god, Jewel rolled.
Oh. I mean, is it possible that we could ask what direction it is from where we are standing right now? Would that be a possible question?
It is a possible question. Then I will give you a tarot card, and you'll have to figure out which cardinal direction temperance is. Generally, the tip I will give that Mel has gotten very well, and I'm very happy that Mel got this item, because it is good to ask like vague, open-ended questions. And Mel's good at those. It's like the opposite of how you usually use Commune. With Commune, you want to ask a very clear and concise question that has a very obvious answer. Here, you want to ask like big open questions where, like, you want to ask Mel's Commune or Crystal's Commune. You want to ask this deck of cards questions in the same way you want to ask someone who's really high on pot.
I mean, is the question where are you too vague?
Where are you?
If someone is incredibly high and you ask them where are you, they're probably like, I don't fucking know, or like, where's anyone, dude?
We could ask if it's outside or like in a place sunlight can reach.
But asking like, what are the vibes of this location? Someone who's really high will give you such a good answer for that. What elements are you surrounded by? Dude, I'm surrounded by the element of loneliness, dude. Like, you have to get into the pothead mindset here.
I cannot get into that mindset.
Yeah, because it's been funny, because Mel has struggled with augury and divination, because it needs like very clear yes/no questions, and it's been like, yeah, so what kind of danger is this direction? And I go like, yes.
We could ask if sunlight reaches it.
And
help us know if it's contained or out in the open.
Does temperance mean yes or no?
Well, I mean, it said, well, ultimately it said reverse hermit, so it said isolation lonely. For me, it felt like it was in a secret room or like in a box or something.
So the element that the item is surrounded by was best described by isolation, lonely. So Crystal's two suggestions are it's in space, or stone is pretty lonely. Just because it's funny for me, I will say one of those is actually not too far off.
Wait, could it be in like a bag? Could it be in like a bag of holding or something? You know?
I mean, it's possible.
Like that, because that is technically a space, you know?
Yeah, a bag of holding puts something in like a pocket dimension. That's technically not on this plane, but it's an extension of this plane. It is, in a way, kind of similar to what's happened to Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley is just in the world's biggest bag of holding. You know?
So technically, we could actually infer that. Like, it's in like a little like pocket dimension right now.
That could be an option.
I mean, it's that was in like buried, well, not buried, but like in a box or something, isolated. But
yeah, I'll have one more commune question here, and then if you want more questions, you can cast this again, do all of this again, and then all of the questions have a 25% chance to just be wrong, which is funny for me.
Or we could ask it tomorrow. You know, ask it tomorrow with the recess. Or was it weekly?
I don't really know if the tarot cards could like answer whether or not it jiggles that much more easier than any other yes/no question. See, the issue here is that's still also a yes/no question, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
We could ask.
You'd have to ask like
stuff
how
or-
much it jiggle. That's how you'd have to ask it. You know?
It just shows that like a fucking valley because it don't jiggle. Unless it shows mountains, then it.
How much
think
it
they do
jiggled
jiggle
the
like that.
world.
Wow, that's a lot of jiggle.
That's a
And
lot.
there's a lot of cars jiggling on here.
Sure.
Oh, girl. I mean, your question is a lot better than mine.
I don't want to have to think about questions anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The fact that I just got fucking Beethoven's Fifth Symphony is so stupid.
The final
right
boss.
after you said okay, just ba 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 ba.
Bad.
No, not that.
Okay, we like to party.
Okay.
Okay. I'm through to see if there was any other ones, but I think what you're pulling is fool. You know.
So we don't need any tools. Okay.
The beginning, innocence, start of something new. You know.
We need a baby.
We need a baby. Okay. Who can make a baby really fast right now?
Okay, well. Quoting that.
It is really. It would be really funny to that was illusion of like Crystal runs away from home because like I don't want to be pregnant right now, and then was like, oh, we need to find an amulet. Yeah, knock me up right now. Like Crystal literally did run away from home because like I do not want to be pregnant.
The cards told me to get pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any
Yeah,
renovations to this castle in the last couple of like years? Any new parts to it?
Couple of
Nothing.
years?
There has
No.
never been added. Like no new parts or sections have been added to this mansion ever. But like there is like maintenance and renovation work every now and then, like just for upkeep because it's a like several centuries old giant ass house.
Yeah.
I actually like that. I sort of like the idea that it's actually in a like sort of like some like sort of like basically what's it called pocket dimension.
Mm-hmm.
That would to me explain isolation of space, or it could just be in a box. But
that would also work with, is it in the house? Technically no. Is it near the house? Technically yeah. It does work, so.
Courtyard?
I mean, the courtyard is definitely near the house.
It's in Jules' pocket, not Gunther's pocket. It's in Jules' pocket.
Is it inside the? Is it
Have you
inside
checked
the
under your
item that we
foreskin?
got from the smugglers? Is this your card? Check under your foreskin.
My God.
So courtyard is a good idea for now,
well,
as it is technically inside the house, but
Okay, so first of all, by definition, the courtyard is outside the house, and also the courtyard is definitely near.
that's why I'm sort of liking the pocket, like a basically a bag of holding.
So
like,
you have
sort
to
of,
find
you know.
something that is it's somewhere technically not in the house, but it is
It's in the bag of
near.
holding.
It's in the bag of holding. I reached my hand in the bag
We
of
had
holding.
it all
and it's
along.
there.
I can tell you right now, it isn't in the bag of holding.
Aww.
Imagine if it actually
item,
somehow
it's
happened
in
to
the-
be there. Then we have to solve a whole new mystery.
it's in the item that was getting smuggled out, like by the dude.
Who snuck it onto
It's
my
in
person?
there.
It's like your worst nightmare of accidentally like happening to have a gun when you go through TSA and you're like, I've never had a gun in my life. And it's like, well, you have one now. So where'd you get it from? Like,
Time to use it for the first time.
whoa.
This is really funny to me.
What are we doing right now?
Well, I mean,
I'd say search like the courtyard. I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, it isn't the courtyard.
Is?
It isn't. It very much
why
is
the
not
fuck
the
do you give us
courtyard.
options to look into things, like if you're gonna.
But
just
is
look
it
into
No.
the
for no reason.
courtyard?
Because I'm saying it isn't the courtyard because I don't want to wreck y'all like off. So it is only technically near the house. I'm just saying this because if it was in the courtyard, then I would have definitely said like, yeah, it's near the house.
Uzi is so tired of giving us puzzles.
Well, we could have ended like after.
We spent like a
got the
fucking
question.
hour just
No,
being
I
like,
I like this. I just want to. I just know that every now and then I have to like make sure that because the issue with puzzles and like questions like this is that it's easy to like lose something that happened previously in the conversation and then go on off track with an assumption that breaks with something that was previously. So the reason I'm saying no to the courtyard is because it breaks with previously established information that you guys are sure about.
No, I'm certain that it's in like a bag of holding sort of deal, like a.
I think we could continue this next week.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to deal with this later, I just said it's not in the bag of holding because I say you can like check it and it isn't in the bag of holding.
No, that was just a funny joke.
Yeah.
that was a bit.
It'd be funny if it somehow happened to be, but
Gunther could pray. I
Jewel!
do not know if Gunther has prayed this day technically, but I'll allow it.
Joe.
I'm not sure if Newell is watching the stream at the moment, so I'm not sure if they can hear us. They are in the chat, but you know, in case they hear, Gunther does have the ability to pray about, you know, the
Jewel. Jewel.
And I'll say, because, you know, Gunther is able to do that. In the same way that, like, even if Mel had already gone to sleep, I would have allowed you to use the deck to ask the questions. Because y'all are gonna go to sleep after this day anyway, so Crystal will have access to the deck next day.
Yeah.
Y'all can use Gunther's Prey because it's a tool that's, like, at the party's disposal, you know?
It usually, like, gives him a feeling or, like, makes him smell something, right?
It gives, like, essentially, like, when Gunther prays about someone or something, it's like they experience being there.
Okay.
It's where to say this when Jewel isn't here. I decided to do it like that because Gunther kept praying, like, about Eustace, praying about his father. So I was like, what if the way to interpret, like, this prayer searching was, like, it's the closest thing Gunther has to being with his father. Every time he prayed about Eustace, he gets to be near him for a little bit. And I was like, yeah, that's a cool way to do it. I can roll a religion check for Gunther.
Yeah.
Whoop. That's not horrible.
Up.
Okay. So, this means that Gunther is not going to get too much information, but it is enough to get some information. Gunther will get the sensation of a lot of pain, like incredible amount of pain, and I'll say Gunther can describe it as. Yeah, I'll roll a history check because, you know, unless they absolutely bug up this.
Does Gunther remember what being stabbed is like, or like?
That's not great, but probably enough. This is how it is pretty similar to the feeling that Gunther had when they prayed about the inside of the puzzle box.
It's in the puzzle box.
It's not in the bag of holding because it's in Risyuk's handy haversack. Because that's where you guys have been keeping the puzzle box.
It's in the fuck-ass box!
It's in the fucking puzzle box! What? No!
I was thinking it was an item we picked up along the way. It was in the wrong
I'm
item.
rolling 5 D100s again.
We have to open this stupid puzzle box.
We could take this Aubrey.
We're taking a cheat. We need to
take this to Ambrosia. She wants us to
99.
find the key.
Yeah, that was why I was like, I can tell you right now, it's definitely not in the bag of colding. Because it's in the other the other interdimensional.
I forgot
bag.
Rizyuk has one. Okay, I forgot.
I was thinking Rizyuk has one.
I've only interacted with the bag of colding.
Yeah, because the bag of colding gets passed around a little, but Rizyuk is mostly the one carrying the handy haversack.
Yeah, I need it for all my tools and stuff.
Yeah, Rizyuk just has so much shit. Like, Rizyuk technically carries a smithy with him.
Oh, like, I thought Soras was carrying it this whole entire time.
The haversack? No.
No, not the haversack. The puzzle.
Puzzle? No, because Sorath was holding on to it, but y'all didn't want the puzzle box to be out in the open, so you kept it in the. And I remember that was like, oh, I guess we put it on the bag of colding, and like with all the food. And then you're like, okay, we'll put it in the haversack instead.
Yeah, one of the pockets that I have for it.
It's the fact that it's in this puzzle was, oh my god. Oh
yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to be in the item.
Maybe it was important.
Oh, I was thinking it's like in like some random like. They're like one of this like house,
No, I
like
did-
random bag of holding or something in this house.
Yeah.
It's technically not.
Shoutouts to Joel. You managed to find the thing, even though you weren't here. And I set some pretty low DCs, and you cleared them barely because apparently I was not rolling quite well when I was rolling on your sheet.
It's a womb,
Wait,
but a
so
bag
if it
of
was in the-
holding for babies.
So if it was in the bag of coffee, would you have said like it's cold?
It's cold.
I don't know if there's a tarot card that like does cold more than like, you know, what is the best tarot card to represent a cold location? Well, maybe the one about like social isolation and withdrawing and like being emotionally distant because it's about being emotionally cold. So you would have still probably just pulled the same card.
Well, but
We had
it-
Gunther pray. That's what you did,
Yeah.
Jewel. We had Gunther pray.
They needed to find a location, and
It's in the puzzle
So yeah,
box.
I send a sending
It's
spell to.
important.
because
I
Gunther
send a
previously
sending spell.
Yeah, Gunther has
to,
previously did on a previous session pray about the inside of the puzzle box and experienced the feeling of being inside a place where space has been folded in and of itself, and it was very painful. And then the group like they're looking for this silver disc amulet, and I was like, I mean, you can get Gunther to pray about the silver disc amulet to see if you can get anything about the location, and it was the exact same feeling.
Huh?
Well, when Gunther tells her that, I send a sending spell to Sora. I say, it's in this puzzle box.
So I'll say, for the fun of it, that message will come in the middle of whatever conversation you're about to have with Ambrosio.
Hey, at least we found it, right, Ozzy? We found it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy we found that stupid box.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it caused me so much emotional
Wait,
pain
so if
and
we
suffering.
didn't find that, if we didn't
Oh,
find
you guys
that
were supposed to
puzzle
go
box-
back to the Kimper mansion to find that. That's why I said, like,
Let's go!
you guys found the, like, Gin finding the puzzle box was really funny, but I'm not upset about it. Because, like, I mean, y'all were gonna do that anyway. It's just, like, sequence breaking.
Pregnant arc. What the fuck?
Pregnant arc.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Lion picked up, dude. The pregnant arc.
Yeah.
Also, I
Look
will
back at the chat,
say,
is it-
Joel,
Someone
if
can
Gunther
be
needs some, like, painkillers, yeah, they definitely have something. Probably not ibuprofen, because, you know, brand names. But, yeah, they could get you, like, opium if you wanted. Like,
Would you like crack?
that's
Or
the
heroin.
opposite.
Sorry, I don't know drugs.
Crack,
Leave me alone.
crack, like, think of crack, and then there's crack is called crack because it's crack cocaine. So if someone has experienced a severe pain and you just give them cocaine, maybe that'll help, but not because it's a painkiller. It's because they're going to be focused on something very different.
I don't know drugs very well.
Yeah, that's valid.
All right, can I
You
randomly
know,
try to open this box?
It's probably pretty good to have drugs be one of
Wait,
the
that's
things
not-
you don't know a lot about. That's probably a sign of a healthy person.
I'm gonna keep that label as a healthy person. Just
Also,
cherish
I'm not
that.
sure if you heard it earlier, Jewel, but I explained why I chose Gunther's Prey to work the way he did. Because Gunther, I imagined that Gunther, you know, prayed about his dad and generally things that, like, as a seeker, he wanted to find things, he wanted to find people, and he wanted to find his dad because he wanted to be with his dad. And the idea that when Gunther prayed about Eustace, in a way, he was with his dad in that moment. So that's why I went for that mechanic on the prey. And fun fact, I'm not sure if I have said that before, but the reason that when Gunther prayed about Eustace and experienced like the feeling of being in the center of the Scar Canyon was because a part of the story was that Eustace had essentially just left. Eustace had been there a little earlier than Jarl, so when Gunther prayed about it, that Eustace was in the Scar Canyon at that time, and then left. Because, you know, they knew that Gunther was coming up there, and Eustace was like, Eustace thought it was better for Gunther to think that he was dead. So he just was like, well, I visited. Oh, my son's on the way. Well, I should get out of here. So, yeah. And I had that in the calendar set up, like, where is Eustace at any given time during this arc. And you prayed to find Eustace on this only single day that Eustace was in the Scar Canyon. And it worked out perfectly. If you had done that literally any other time during that arc, you would have gotten a not Scar Canyon answer to that, and it would have made the arc so much like less impactful. Because Gunther coming into that arc fully believing like, oh, I went all this way and now I have confirmation that my dad's dead. Yes, coming in indeed. But yeah, now you know where the thing you need to find is. It's in the puzzle box. Enjoy fixing that problem.
I mean, we technically have the person who has the answer. It's just if Soras want to talk to her about the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, she'll want to help. She'll want to help because it's tied to fucking like the economy of Pleasant Valley.
Mm-hmm.
So it directly affects Pleasant Valley, so she'll be way more inclined to help. It's just Sorath is not asking today.
Yeah.
And she has a more pressing matter to handle today.
Yeah. But have fun getting that message in the middle of your meeting with your grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
So.
Podcast time, gamers.
With that, I'll say go to Sorath and Ambrosia. Sorath leading her grandma over to Ambrosia's rooms, which are the nicest, fanciest rooms in the mansion. And when you guys get there, Ambrosia will sit down in a comfortable reclining chair. There's definitely, like, she looks a little tired. But I was pretty sure it's an act.
Yeah.
He's kind of just, like, role-playing being an old, frail person. You're pretty sure that Ambrosia would beat both Emrys and Anselm in, like, a sprint. Neither of them really work out at all. Emrys spends her entire day sitting behind a desk, reading and writing. And Anselm's just not in the best shape right now. So.
Yeah.
He could have gone pro, though.
Shut up.
But yeah. So Ambrosia has sat down.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm getting a lot of quotes today.
Yeah, this is a very quote-heavy session, for sure.
Sorry, most of the quotes are in our fucking, like, VC chat.
Yeah.
But I'm posting them on Blue Sky, if anyone's curious.
On
I
Blue
put...
Sky, hashtag Oedipus.
Yeah.
That's where all the fucking quotes go. Some of them are on Twitter as well, if you feel like opening that hellhole of a platform. If you want to look at previous shit.
I am quoting Lion, myself, and Bread, and I'll read it out because chat can't see it. And if you want to know, cool. You're welcome. So Lion said maybe getting the box pregnant is key to open it, with a thinking emoji. And then I said, all right, who wants to impregnate the puzzle box? To which Bread responded with, Lincoln would find a way! ! Illusion a box pussy onto it and get to work. So.
Yeah.
You know. Oh my god.
I love that idea, just putting a hologram of a pussy on it and then just slamming your dick into the metal box beneath it.
That's how I come.
God.
Let's go. The puzzle box that's only sold with CBT.
Jeez. Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yes.
Anyways, I don't know, go interact with Blue Sky. Okay. So is Ambrosia like sitting down? So she sits down. She's like pretending
Ambrosia
to be
is
old.
sitting in a like comfortable reclining chair next to kind of like it's more of a casual space within her room. A little further in.
She
has like some chairs, a little sofa.
This is something that Sorath would most likely know anyways, but so does she have like a bottle of heartroot mead? Like just like on a... Okay. Because Sorath will pour herself a glass of it. It doesn't like help, but it's something she can do to distract herself from hungry.
Ambrosia probably also takes a glass.
Yeah, she'd pour one for her.
Yeah. So Ambrosia's
she'd
sitting
like
there.
She'd sit down and kind of sip/drink like half of the glass, giving herself time to like kind of figure out exactly how she's gonna say this. Because the way that Sorath is viewing this interaction is this is her giving Ambrosia like information about something to appease her for a little bit. Like, you know, like, here's my sacrifice of information so you can leave me alone about pressing for like what happened in between Labelle and here. Sort of thing. And also she gave the amulet and was like talking about that sort of thing. So she's like, I'm gonna give her some information so that she can be content. It's kind of sort of a big thing. So it's worthwhile to help distract. It's not just like, my favorite color is blue now. Like, no, it's like something that's like meaningful and would be meaningful to Ambrosia. So Sorath finally kind of like sets down her glass. And she kind of like lets down her guard a little bit just to help play into like help play up how important this is so that Ambrosia will like be more intrigued by it. You know?
I'll say give me a performance check for that.
She really wants it to be like she doesn't want to tell her this.
Natural one.
Like, in all reality, Sorath doesn't really care. 12.
Yeah.
Like, Sorath is a little like unsure about talking about it purely because it's something about her, but it's not like the most important secret she
it's
has.
Something Sorath would prefer if Ambrosia didn't know, but it's not like the world's biggest deal if she does.
Yeah.
I'll say with that performance, give me an insight check. Because I have a vague idea of how this interaction is going to go, so I think I can say something ahead of time.
19.
19. Cool. I'll say, as this, like, information exchange goes on, the vibe you'll get from Ambrosia during it is she seems aware that you've got more going on, but she kind of respects, like, okay, I'm not gonna bother you about it.
Mm-hmm.
This is alright for now.
Yeah, which is it's what Sorath was prepared for, so it kind of works out. Okay. During my time away from home, I began experiencing something strange. And I wanted to know what you know about the curse. And how it affects a boy.
Ambrosia kind of sighs a little bit. Like, it's not a pleasant topic even for her. Goes, well, I believe I was, no, probably as much about the curse itself as maybe you would. You spent more time than me with our resident curse specialist. She says that with a, like, kind of knowing smirk.
Oh, God damn it. Hold on, let me roll for frickin'
Yeah.
fuck. Well, she gets more information out of that. She already knew about that, but it's whatever.
For everyone who doesn't know what's happening here, Ambrosia is talking about the fact that Hyacinth is Sorath's hot teacher.
And Sorath fucking turns red immediately. She kind of like stammers a bit, just like I don't know. Just kind of like she just goes quiet and just gives up.
Ambrosia just kind of continues as if nothing has happened whatsoever. Goes, well, I know that the curse put upon Aubrey was said to bring the valley under his control, that no one would challenge his claim to the land, and that if the payment was not due, that Aubrey would be, as the stories go, a leech upon both the land and its people. And then, as curses tend, it has evolved and changed and mutated over the years. It has extended down the bloodline. It's It's my belief that the entire point of the curse is that this bloodline should not have existed to begin with.
And you did not experience the curse in the same way?
No. You are referring to things that have changed recently. Then both you and your mother, I suspect, have both been feeling the curse more. So have I, though it is manageable, dear. There's nothing to worry about.
Well, that would be true if I had not fed on to Gaul.
She looks genuinely intrigued. Like,
Yeah.
more interested than she looked at any other piece of information.
Yeah.
And has this caused you problems or concern?
You could say that the more you give in to the urge, the stronger the urge gets if it is not satisfied. And due to the potency of magic curses, it accelerated the development of the curse within me.
That is certainly interesting. And it's, how has he been with this information? I can imagine that it would be a struggle in a growing relationship for one to desire to consume the other.
It has been manageable. I feel like I need to roll deception or performance for that.
Give me a deception check.
Because the fact, so context, Sorath has probably fed off and drained the entirety of Dugal's blood several times.
Yeah, it's been like your main source of food for like probably at this point close to like
manageable is a stretch.
Yeah, probably like
17.
close to an. We're getting close to like an in-game month, where it's mostly just been Dugal's blood and then your time in the valley afterwards. So
yeah. So 17 for deception.
So looks at you. You tell that you definitely she sees through you.
Yeah.
But she sees through you enough, at least, that she knows that it's not a bad thing. Which, I mean, it's good that she's not worried, but it's like probably not. Sorath probably isn't hyped about her grandma learning that, you know, Sorath's husband is into it, I guess.
He likes being a blood bag. Or a juice box.
Mm-hmm.
It is manageable when we are together. But when we are apart, it proves difficult. And I need to find a way to deal with the cravings.
Ambrosia will get up
On
from
my
her
own.
comfortable chair, kind of move over towards Sorath, and kind of give Sorath, like, almost like a comforting hug, and go, Mon fleur, I am sorry that you have to deal with this situation. I am sure that we can figure something out to make it easier for you. Give me an insight check.
Natural 100.
It was almost a 1. Fuck you. 13.
You don't really fully catch everything, but you can kind of almost hear her smile. She says it. Doesn't really break with any of your expectations, but she seems to be thinking this is very good news.
And yeah, Soros was prepared for that as well. I have been lucky not to cause a massacre yet, I believe.
Ambrosia will sit down, still leave a hand on yours and go, do not worry. We can get you whatever you need. She'll just look at you, an expression that kind of just communicates that either she doesn't get or doesn't care about the implications of that statement, but
Yeah.
she'll be like, don't worry, love. We can kill some people if you're hungry. Anything for my favorite granddaughter.
It is not merely satisfying now that I am worried about. It is how to prevent myself from reaching a level of ferocity that is on par with Ubalik. I do not wish to lose myself.
I was still very young when Aubrey started to lose himself. But I remember it in bits and pieces. Trust me. The hunger comes far before you lose yourself. The hunger is there and it can be a problem. Or if it is becoming like him that you fear, as long as you remember who you are, remember your family, you are going to be fine. It was when he started to no longer remember that things became difficult.
I see. I still worry that with the level of progress my curse has made, that it may come sooner than I expect.
I have lived a very long time, Fleur. And I was afraid of this as well. But from my knowledge of the curse, the loss of memory is not tied to that. It is just a natural part of life. We were not meant to live this long. And you have to take measures to protect yourselves from the progress of time. So the curse will not consume you that way. It is wise to be afraid of it. But you need not fear that part, at least. Gives you like a little pat on the head.
I see.
I'll say now you get the message about the fact that the amulet was found in the puzzle box.
Hey Salem, hey Soras, the aimless in the puzzle box.
You're just sitting there having this moment of Ambrosia just like gently patting your head, and then you just hear that beamed into your brain.
She'll pause for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have found the amulet.
Ambrosia will like immediately pause. Oh. Already you have very capable friends.
We have gained a reputation of sorts. For a reason. So it did start somewhat mixed, as I did cut off someone's head in labor, but
mistakes happen, love. It is so fine. You cannot expect everything to go perfectly, especially not whenever you are starting out. Things take experience.
Murder happens. It's okay.
You're forgiven.
Don't worry about it. You just chop someone's head off. It's okay. They're alive. Even if they weren't. They weren't that important. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll say, in this setting, Ambrosia probably doesn't have like the highest kill count, but she might be in like the running for most assists.
Just one hell of a support.
Yeah. So supportive.
God. I will tell you that my specific cravings are quite particular. I cannot stand the idea of feeding from certain people. Most are rancid to me, so it may be somewhat difficult to find blood worthy of my curse's hunger.
In canon,
Panda, what are you listening to?
This music that's coming through Panda's mic, that's just Levi forgot to hang up on the sending, and it's just playing from the background while Sora's talking to Ambrosia.
Just listening to them. I'm just listening to you guys talk about the amulet. Just what's in the background.
Oh, my brother's listening to music.
Mm-mm.
No, you're good.
It's all good. I'm sure we can find something that helps in some capacity. I am resourceful. Just let me help you.
I know you are resourceful. We are just cut off from a lot of resources. Once we are out of the valley, it will be... Or once we are out of this plane, it will be... fine. For now, I must make sure I do not slaughter the entirety of the valley.
I do not think that will be a problem. You are strong.
So the hardwood meat did help for a time.
It has
which
helped
was nice.
for us as well.
It was difficult, so I was without it for some time due to the disconnect of the valley.
Yes, Your mother has been terribly worried about trade connections and professional ties and shipments that aren't being delivered. She worries
When
too
is she
much.
not?
I mean,
She does.
Our product is unique. It's not like it's gonna hurt if we just don't send anything out for a while, you know.
More for us to indulge.
Your mother is going through lots of stuff right now. And I'm sure she will be difficult to deal with and will continue to be. But just a little tip. A mother about her daughter. I think she is in a better mood than you think.
I am not sure. She has never left dinner before you before.
I mean, the situation, it is... They will come to understand.
That I do not worry about. I do not care if they understand. They must simply accept.
Your mother got very good news during that dinner. The engagement just... the engagement announcement just probably caught her off guard and distracted her from, you know, the otherwise good news.
True. I think I will go.
Feel free to leave. And I am happy you are home. And I am happy that your mother will finally not blame you of all people. All this stuff. She just says casually while leaning back.
Yes, hopefully not.
And now we can work to figure out what actually made Aubrey do all of this. Also, yes, Lion. The entire convo surrounding the box and stuff happened while Aragon, and like, if y'all want to be discussing getting the box pregnant in the meantime, go for it, you know?
Oh my god. Also, yeah, hi. My grandparents just got home.
Hey. Ambrosia will, like, pat you on the shoulder a little, without getting fully up out of her chair. It is nice to have you home. I am sure tomorrow is going to be easier than today has.
That is what I hope.
Hope is good.
Good night.
Good night, Fleur.
Sorath will leave.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Sorath leaves Ambrose's chambers. Is she gonna like go to the group or go somewhere else? Essentially, what are people doing before bed?
I think she's just gonna go to Hyacinth. I don't think she was planning on seeing the group again till tomorrow.
Till the morning. Mm-hmm. Has anyone else in the group got anything they want to get done before sleep?
Not at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Valid.
So just,
it's bedtime.
just go.
What did
What?
you say, Lion?
I said after I discuss that, I guess I go to bed.
Yeah. So you discuss whether or not you could get the box pregnant, and then go nap. Let's go. Okay. If no one else has anything they need to do,
Yeah, should be good.
so
I'll give it one good on the puzzle box while we wait. Well, before
yeah,
sleep.
feel free to roll your 5d100s. You haven't done so already, at least. Salem did, Panda did, so...
Feel free to roll your 5d100s. It's maybe the last day we roll for it.
Yeah, it would be really funny if y'all, like, immediately roll the correct one before, like, figuring out, and then, like, immediately afterwards figure out how to open it.
That'd be really funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, Sorath heading up to Hyacinth. I'm gonna ask, there'll probably be like a bit of like a longer RP interaction. We can save that for next session and start there next session. So we are 6 hours and 14 minutes in. If we do Hyacinth, this session might be in like threat of hitting like closer to 7 hours. Probably imagine like
Also,
30
Mel asked if
minutes.
someone can roll for her.
Hmm?
I'm
is it
fine
just
doing
roll for?
that, but it's also just roll the 5d100s to try to open the puzzle box.
I can roll for
Individually
Mal.
or like just all at once?
All at once. And if you hit 500, you open the puzzle box.
I got nowhere near.
Yeah, no one has
Yeah.
gotten anywhere like near. It is incredibly unlikely, but
Yeah, go to sleep, Mel.
yeah, go
Mhm.
eep.
Yeah.
Good night.
Okay, so I think we might end the session here.
Owie.
Go see if okay, that was the wrong dice. Sorry. It was like 41. Never mind, those are d20s. There we go. I was like, that is disgustingly low. Yeah, that's more like 240. Yeah, that's
9 mil.
99 mil.
No.
Nah.
I think I
roll
rolled the
for
lowest.
Dream.
What
Get
did
a
you say,
roll for
Fred?
dream.
I rolled the lowest out of the lot.
No dream roll now. So yeah, yours was pretty low.
Yeah.
So no dream rolls because Sorath's gonna have some. At least Sorath is gonna have some stuff happening before sleep. So, and it also means I won't have to like cold start on a dream, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because I always fucking forget when I have to cold start on a dream. Yeah. I guess that's the end of that session. We are back. Let's go. I'm gonna just go over here. Let's go.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out and get some food.
Yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. Night night.
No.
Oh no, I.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
Ooh. Trade Stroka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I opened theirs.
They are
miss
doing they're doing
Charity.
some crowdfund work for someone's I believe it's built for vet.
I'm playing Rocksmith.
Yeah. I don't like a good
That's
idea.
Cocksmith.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
with that, I guess that means that the stream's over. Feel free to like ponder and create some fucking raid messages.
Hold
'Cause
on, I
I
have a
never
good
think
idea.
about that.
I have a good idea. So stupid.
Yeah, and pretty sure, unless a lot of people are busy with a lot of stuff, we should be all good to do a session next week as well. So, yeah. Sparka's gonna be so fucking confused. Like, we've had some really weird raid messages, but that's probably the one that's like makes the least sense once you see it. Yeah. You can grab the one with the hearts.
It needs a lot of context.
You
Makes
can
sense.
grab the one with the emotes with, I believe, yeah. I have a redeem where you can unlock an emote if you just want to fucking pog. That's
Pog.
I forget that's the thing.
hey, thank y'all to the players for playing. Thank y'all to the watchers for watching. And let's see y'all at some point for more Belrose family drama.
Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
Bye. E.